Perhaps we can start with Yi Yunsheng. Yi Xen pondered for a moment, then said slowly. If the matter was related to Yi Jing'an, it was Yi Yunsheng who had initially proposed to the family that Yi Jing'an be expelled. Moreover, he also seemed to be the most direct beneficiary. After Yi Jing'an left the Yi family, he smoothly took over the company that Yi Jing'an had been in charge of. However, Yi Xian knew that Yi Yunsheng didn't have that kind of ability. He should just be a pawn. By following this pawn, he could naturally find a lot of things. Thinking of this, Yi Xian touched his nose. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Yi Xian picked it up and saw that it was Jiang Wanyuan calling. Hello. Yi Xian answered the phone. Hey Yi Xian, you're so mean. Jiang Wanyuan's voice came through the phone. You secretly came to Linhai and didn't even tell me? I'm your boss, you know. Do you still want your job? Clearly, Jiang Wanyuan didn't know about Yi Xian's resignation yet. He was about to speak when Jiang Wanyuan chuckled and said, Cici Xiaowei and I are together. Don't you want to come see us and treat us to a meal? All right, Yi Xian said. You guys pick a restaurant and I'll come find you. Okay, I'll pick a place and send you the location on WeChat. Jiang Wanyuan said with a smile. After hanging up, Jiang Wanyuan quickly sent the restaurant's location. Yi Xian hailed a taxi and headed towards the restaurant. Upon arrival, he entered the restaurant and found Jiang Wanyuan, Zhou Qianqian, and Qin Xiaowei. Seeing Yi Xian, Jiang Wanyuan glared at him and said, Why did you come to Linhai? A little something came up. Yi Xian smiled. You picked the restaurant? This place is too expensive. If it wasn't expensive, how could I eat my fill? You rich dog with a Shanghai Bank diamond card. Jiang Wanyuan glared at Yi Xian and picked up the menu. Beside them, Qin Xiaowei and Zhou Qianqian both smiled and greeted Yi Xian. Yi Xian sat down helplessly, looking at Jiang Wanyuan who was ordering. Well, Jiang Wanyuan, I've actually resigned. Jiang Wanyuan was slightly stunned. She looked up at Yi Xian, frowning and asking, When did you resign? Why didn't my dad tell me? Yi Xian poured a cup of tea. I resigned yesterday, but Uncle Jiang wanted me to tell you personally, so he probably didn't tell you. Oh. Jiang Wanyuan lowered her head and continued ordering, but a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. When she saw that Yi Xian had a diamond bank card, she knew that he couldn't possibly keep working for her. It was just that she didn't know about Yi Xian silently protecting her, so she didn't know why he had become her assistant. However, she had a lively personality. After a brief moment of dejection, she quickly ordered. After finishing, she looked up at Yi Xian and asked, By the way, you coming to Linhai? You must be here for Bai Yao's engagement party, right? Yi Xian shook his head. Speaking of which, Bai Yao is really marrying Zhou Rui. Jiang Wanyuan said, The tragedy of the wealthy. I will definitely not become a business sacrifice for my dad. I must marry for love. After this topic was brought up, Zhou Qianqian quickly nodded. Yeah, in university, Zhou Rui kept pursuing Bai Yao, but she never even looked at him directly and even found him annoying. And during university, Zhou Rui chased Bai Yao while messing around with other women. He's just a playboy, but Bai Yao's family had problems, and her family had to sacrifice her, so there was nothing she could do. You saw it yesterday too, the kind of people Zhou Rui's friends are. They dared to touch Qianqian right in front of us, and Zhou Rui just acted like that. Jiang Wanyuan thought of Zhang Yu touching Zhou Qianqian's leg yesterday, and a look of indignation flashed across her face. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, Someone touched Manager Zhou? Qin Xiaowei nodded. Yes, a live-streaming influencer named Zhang Yu. Hearing this name, Yi Xian paused and asked, Is he a effeminate guy? Yes, that's him. He does live-streaming sales online, selling cosmetics and stuff. He seems to have quite a few female fans. Some young girls these days are really brainless. Jiang Wanyuan scolded. If we were in Jiangcheng, I would have slapped him. You know him too? Zhou Qianqian asked. He sat next to me on the flight here, Yi Xian said. Anyway, he's disgusting. Bai Yao marrying Zhou Rui. Really? Jiang Wanyuan sighed. Yi Xian touched his nose and didn't speak. While they were talking, two people walked into the restaurant. It was Zhang Yu and a fashionably dressed young man. Welcome. A waiter went up to greet them. Seeing Zhang Yu, Their eyes lit up, and they exclaimed, "Zhang Yu?" A smug look appeared on Zhang Yu's face, and he said, keep it down, keep it down. My friend and I are here to eat. This is young Master Yi Huan of the Yi family. Would you like a private room or a table in the main dining area?" The waiter quickly asked. Zhang Yu was about to speak when he suddenly noticed Jiang Wanyuan and the others not far away. "Yi Huan, look over there. Those three women are the ones who came from Jiangsheng for Bai Yao's engagement party." Yi Huan's expression shifted slightly as he looked over. His eyes then lit up. Because Yi Xian was sitting with his back to the entrance, they didn't see his face. "See, I wasn't bragging. These three are all top-notch beauties." Zhang Yu licked his lips. "They are quite beautiful." Yi Huan gulped, then said to the waiter, "Arrange a table for us next to theirs." The waiter nodded. "All right, this way, please." The two were led over. Zhang Yu, seeing the three women, pretended to say, "Yo, isn't this our three beauties from Jiangxing? What a coincidence meeting you here." Hearing the voice, Yi Xian and the other three subconsciously looked over. Jiang Wanyuan and the other two women immediately frowned. And Zhang Yu and Yi Huan, upon seeing Yi Xian, both froze. "It's you / Yi Xian." Indeed, Yi Xian and Yi Huan were both of the younger generation of the Yi family. They were relatives and knew each other. However, Yi Xian belonged to the collateral branch and didn't have a high status in the family, let alone being an heir. Yi Huan was different. He was Yi Xian's younger brother, from the direct line and the main branch. He was the younger brother of Yi Zikin, the current first in line to inherit the Yi family. He was also one of the heirs of the Yi family. When the inheritance rights fell to their generation, he was bound to get a share. "You're Yi Xian, that rapist." Zhang Yu looked at Yi Xian with a sneer. "No wonder you didn't dare to tell me your name on the plane. Turns out you were ashamed. After all, in Linhai, the name Yi Xian is quite infamous." He then turned to Jiang Wanyuan and the others. "Ladies, you shouldn't associate with this kind of person. If you want to associate with someone, it should be with someone respectable. Let me introduce you. This is Yi Huan of the Yi family, young Master Yi. He's one of the heirs of the Yi family." A smile appeared on Yi Huan's face. "Hello, ladies. May I invite you to have lunch with me?" He made a gentlemanly gesture. "Not interested," Jiang Wanyuan said, pursing her lips. Zhang Yu frowned. "Yi Huan personally invited you to dinner, and you actually refused? You're not giving him any face. This is Linhai, not your little Jiangsheng." Jiang Wanyuan's face changed slightly, and a look of apprehension appeared. Yi Xian exhaled and looked at the two of them. "Get lost, will you? Seeing you two ruins my appetite." Yi Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of both of them. Everyone was stunned, including Jiang Wanwan and the other two women. By now, they all knew Yi Xian's background and roughly understood the power the Yi family held in Jiangsheng, the sheer scale of their business empire. This was why, after Zhang Yu said that they were in Linhai, Jiang Wanwan didn't dare to respond too harshly. If they were in Jiangsheng, she would have definitely retorted coldly. But here, she truly didn't dare, because it would be very easy for the Yi family to target Dingxing Group. They never expected Yi Xian to actually retort, and with such a strong attitude. This made Zhang Yu speechless for a moment, just staring at Yi Xian in astonishment. However, Yi Huan was the first to react. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then a mocking smile appeared on his face as he looked at Yi Xian and said, "Are you talking to me? 9 years ago, every time you saw me, you acted like a grandson. Now, after spending 9 years in prison, you dare to talk to me like this? Did you think that just because you're out and your dad is some vice president at Hanyu Group, you're suddenly all-powerful?" Yi Huan sneered. "I think it would be a very simple matter for my Yi family to get Hanyu Group to fire a vice president in Linhai." Yi Xian pushed back his chair, stood up, looked directly at Yi Huan, and said calmly, "You go try it and see if Hanyu will fire my dad. Also, stop buzzing around here like a mosquito." Yi Xian picked his ear with disdain. Seeing the sparks flying between the two, the lobby manager hurried over and said, "Young Master Yi Huan, this is a public place. We have prepared a private room for you. Would you please move to the private room to dine?" Yi Huan ignored him. He stared intently at Yi Xan and said, Yi Xan, fine, I'll give the owner of this restaurant some face and not argue with you here. But Yi Xan, I'll remember you. Since you're back in Linhai, we'll have plenty of time to deal with this. A faint smile played on Yi Xan's lips as he said, yes, plenty of time. Oomph. Yi Huan snorted coldly and followed the lobby manager towards the private room. Beside them, Zhang Yu gloated. You little punk, I didn't like you on the plane, and now you dare to provoke Yi Huan. You're finished. Do you remember my name now? My surname is Zhang. Arrogant Zhang. With that, he also followed Yi Huan towards the private room. Yi Xan smiled disdainfully and sat back down. Just as he sat down, he noticed the three girls staring at him in shock. Zhang Wanwan gave Yi Xan a thumbs up and said, Awesome, you actually dared to talk to the Yi family like that. Qin Xiaowei didn't say anything. She had seen Yi Xan's skills, and although she hadn't mentioned it to anyone, she wasn't worried about him at all. Zhou Sisi, however, frowned and sighed. Yi Xan, the Yi family isn't easy to mess with. If they really target you, just take your bank card and go to Xinhai Bank. No one will dare to touch you, not even the Yi family. Yi Xan nodded and smiled, not too concerned. Then he seemed to remember something and looked at Zhou Sisi, asking, By the way, Manager Zhou, would you like to transfer to Linhai? Zhou Sisi's expression shifted. Of course I would. You don't know, but my hometown is actually in Linhai. I was just assigned to Jiangcheng after joining Xinhai Bank. And personnel transfers within Xinhai Bank are quite difficult. It's usually impossible without several years of service. Would you be willing to use your authority to transfer me back? Yi Xan nodded. Well, I like to keep a low profile. I only need one contact person at Xinhai Bank, and we've had a pleasant collaboration, so you can take my card and go talk to them. If they need me to go with you, that's fine too. Hearing Yi Xan's words, Zhang Wanwan curled her lip. I really don't see you as low profile. Yi Xan touched his nose, while Zhou Sisi said excitedly, No need, the card is enough. After all, it was a card with only 9 issued worldwide, and within Xinhai Bank such a card held significant authority. Yi Xan smiled. Since the card was linked to his WeChat, whether or not he had it on him wasn't a big deal. He pulled the card from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Sisi. Zhou Sisi carefully took the card and placed it in her bag. Looking at the card, envy flashed across Zhang Wanwan's face, and then she pointed out a few more expensive dishes. Without further interruptions, the meal proceeded harmoniously. Just after they finished eating, Zhang Wanwan's phone rang. It was Bai Yao inviting them to hang out. After saying goodbye to each other, Yi Xan slipped away alone. Zhou Sisi was eager to go to Xinhai Bank to handle her transfer, so she also left first. Only Zhang Wanwan and Qin Xiaowei were left, taking a taxi to Bai Yao's place. After the 3 women left, Yi Xan touched his nose. Just as he was about to take a taxi home to sleep, and then go find Yi Yunsheng in the evening to understand the situation from back then, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Yi Xan answered the phone and asked, Hello. Hello, boss. This is Wu Yao, the person in charge here in Linhai. Mr. He Gang asked me to liaise with you. A polite voice came from the other end of the phone. Before coming to Linhai, Yi Xan had said he would help them resolve the warehouse issue. Yi Xan nodded. I know. Add me on WeChat, send me all the information, and then wait for me to resolve it. Okay. Wu Yao on the other end quickly agreed. He quickly hung up the phone and pulled out his phone to send Yi Xan a document. Yi Xan naturally wasn't going to handle it himself. This small matter could be handed over to Lei Bin. He forwarded the information to Lei Bin, explained the situation, and then put his phone away. He had originally planned to go home, but then he remembered that Chen Meixian had invited him to dinner that evening. He touched his nose, glanced around, saw an internet cafe, and decided to play a few games. In Jiangcheng, in a certain residential complex, Wu Yao sat on the sofa at home. He had just hung up the phone. Wu Yao was quite handsome, with a crew cut. After hanging up, he stared straight ahead and said, Master, our boss said I don't need to worry about it. What's our mission today? Kill Red Lotus. A cold voice responded, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Indeed, opposite him sat a girl. She looked about 24 or 25, very petite, probably only about 5'1", with a baby face. However, in stark contrast, her chest was exceptionally ample. She had short hair and a blank expression, her eyes equally devoid of emotion. On the coffee table in front of her were two knives, one long and one short. In her hand, she held a photo. In the photo were two people, a man and a woman. The woman was naturally her. In the photo, she was wearing a bright smile, a stark contrast to her current appearance. And she was currently clinging to the back of a man chewing on a blade of grass. The sunlight was intense, shining on the two of them. The young man had a blade of grass dangling from the corner of his mouth, slightly raised, with a hint of arrogance and disdain. It was Exin, Master, ever since I saved you and came to Linhai. It's been 3 years. I'm so strong now, fifth among underground assassins. Isn't killing Red Lotus a bit of a waste of my talent? Those Red Lotus assassins are like paper. I want to go after the kind of thing you mentioned. When are we going back to Night Watch? Wu Yao complained with a long face. Most importantly, I don't want to work anymore. The girl looked up at him, her tone still cold. Until we find him. I survived, so he definitely won't be dead. Looking at the girl's expression, Wu Yao curled his lip and said, Master, I saw that battle with my own eyes. You were surrounded by so many experts, and he was the main force of your raid at the time, under much more pressure than you. If I hadn't been an expert back then, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to rescue you. Although you always say he's fierce, his chances of escaping were very slim. His voice fell, and the girl suddenly raised her eyes to look at him. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Wu Yao quickly said, Master, do you like him? The girl sneered and said, None of your business. I really don't want to work anymore, Wu Yao said with a mournful face. You said that when you return to Night Watch, you'll be super rich. I want to be a kept man. I don't want to work hard anymore. I'll go back when I find him, the girl said again, her voice icy. Wu Yao grumbled inwardly. The ghost knows when we'll find him. If he's dead, won't I have to work to support you for the rest of my life? My life is so hard. The girl sighed, carefully tucked the photo close to her body, glanced at Wu Yao, and said, Go to sleep. We'll continue the search tonight. Remember, keep a low profile. I know. If you hadn't asked me to keep a low profile, I would have beaten that warehouse owner to a pulp. Damn him. How dare he order around the 5th-ranked assassin on the underground leaderboard and act all high and mighty. My insides are aching with anger, Wu Yao cursed. The girl ignored him and picked up the two knives on the coffee table. Wu Yao quickly added, Master, when will you get me a pair of knives like that? Strapped to my back, standing in a crowd, I'd look so damn cool. All I'm using now are the daggers you got from Red Lotus. Let me reiterate, Night Watch is low-key. We don't carry knives like these to show off. The girl frowned, then added, When we go back, you can join Night Watch. With that, she returned to her room and closed the door. On the other side, Exin played games at the internet cafe all afternoon. Around 4 o'clock, Chen Meixian called him. Exin answered the phone and said, Hello. Hello. Chen Meishuan's voice on the other end was a little awkward. Exin, I'm sorry. We were supposed to have dinner together tonight, but I'm leaving Linhai for a while. There's so much work to do at the company. I can't get away. Exin was stunned. He had made plans with Chen Meixian and her mother 3 times, and all 3 times had failed. However, he didn't mind and smiled slightly, saying, It's all right. I'll be staying in Linhai for quite a while. Let's make plans again when you're free. I'm really very sorry. If you need any help in Linhai, just give me a call, and I'll definitely help you, Chen Meixian said again. At this time, Exin heard someone calling Chen Meishuan's name on the phone. Exin smiled and said, Okay, if I need any help, I'll definitely bother you. Go ahead and get busy. Don't worry about me. Chen Meixian apologized politely again and hung up. Exin didn't mind and continued playing games until midnight. At midnight, he walked out of the internet cafe and looked up at the dark night sky, murmuring, It's been a long time since I've been out this late. I kind of miss it. Saying this, he began to approach a residential complex. Yi Yinqing's address wasn't difficult to find. Before coming, Exin had already looked it up. Although he managed one of the Yi family's companies, his income was clearly not enough to support him living in a mansion. Yi Yunxing only lived in an upscale complex in a Western-style house. Yi Xian avoided all the cameras and successfully reached Yi Yunxing's door. But the moment he reached the door, Yi Xian's brow furrowed slightly. No one's home? Indeed, Yi Xian didn't hear even a single breath from inside the room, which made him frown slightly. Looks like I'll have to come back tomorrow. Yi Xian sighed, turned around, and walked out of the complex. Yi Yunxing's residence was by the river in Linhai, a riverside property. Yi Xian walked along the riverbank. After a while, his eyes suddenly narrowed, looking towards a shallow area by the river. Then, with a shift in expression, he jumped down. As he got closer, he saw a large pool of blood on the ground, and at the end of the blood trail lay a corpse. Yi Xian's expression changed as he considered whether to call the police. But as he approached, he noticed a lotus tattoo on the back of the person's hand. He took out his phone and shone it on the tattoo. The lotus was red. A red lotus assassin was dead? Yi Xian looked down, and then a look of joy flashed across his face. His heart filled with ecstasy. It's number two's handiwork. Indeed, number two was Yi Xian's closest comrade-in-arms and night watch, his best friend, someone he could trust with his back. Ever since he learned that she might still be alive, Yi Xian had been very happy, and now, having confirmed it himself, his heart was filled with immeasurable joy. After a brief moment of confirmation, he exhaled, took out his phone, found Jichiyu's number, and dialed. The call quickly connected, and Jichiyu's slightly lazy voice came through. "Hello, what's up? I found number two," Yi Xian said quickly. "What?" Jichiyu's voice was tinged with excitement. "Really? Where is she now?" "I didn't see her, but I saw a red lotus corpse. It was definitely number two's doing," Yi Xian said, exhaling. "I saw the two bodies we found last time as well. Although the method was similar to number two's, the skill was much less refined. Are you sure the body you found now is her work?" Jichiyu asked again. "Absolutely certain," Yi Xian said seriously. "I'll send you the location. Have someone from Linhai come and deal with the body." "Okay." Jichiyu nodded. "You must find her, understand?" Yi Xian licked his lips. "Understood. I want to fight alongside her again." Hanging up the phone, Yi Xian took a deep breath, looked at the river, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "It's good that you're still alive. You've been unwilling to return all this time, wanting to avenge us, right? After all, returning to Night Watch means endless missions." With that, he exhaled and turned away from the river. He didn't notice that about 300 or 400 meters away from him on the riverbank, a woman in a fiery red dress was standing there, looking down at Yi Xian, a seductive and dangerous smile on her lips. She licked her red lips and said, "I told you, you can't escape my grasp. Sooner or later, you'll be lying in bed at my mercy." The next day, Yi Xian was woken up by Jiang Wei's call. He sat up, found his phone, and said, "Hello, I'm still sleeping." "Sleep my ass. It's 10 a.m." Jiang Wei said angrily. "Did you forget? Today's Saturday." "Saturday? What's that got to do with me?" Yi Xian said listlessly. "If there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep." "Damn it," Jiang Wei cursed. "Didn't you promise Sun so you'd go to the class reunion?" Yi Xian then remembered. He had no concept of days of the week. When Sun Su mentioned the reunion on Saturday, he thought it was still several days away. It turned out it was the very next day. "Oh, I know. See you at the restaurant entrance in half an hour," Yi Xian said. After hanging up, Yi Xian got up and quickly washed up, then discovered an annoying problem. He had bought a nice set of clothes at the mall before, which he had worn for 2 days now. After taking them off, his mother had taken them to be washed in the morning. Helplessly, he found 2 of his relatively better older clothes, put them on, and went out. Arriving at the entrance of the Zhongyue Hotel, he saw Jiang Wei in a suit. "Whoa, you came dressed like that?" Jiang Wei's eyes widened when he saw Yi Xian's appearance. "Did you see how that bastard Sun Su acted the other day? Aren't you going to be ridiculed to death like this?" Yi Xian was a little helpless. He coughed and then looked at Jiang Wei seriously. "I told you, Night Watch must be low-key. This is the Night Watch code. You have to remember it. All I know is that being low-key will get you mocked as an idiot." Jiang Wei looked at him speechlessly. Forget it, let's go. Soon, the two walked towards the restaurant. As they arrived, they saw three people chatting at the entrance. Two of them were naturally Sun Su and Su Won, the organizers of the reunion, who were also handling the reception. The other person was Zhou Ji. Hey, the class president is indeed the class president. Now he's one of the market department managers at Hanyu Group. That's $1 million annual salary, Zhou Ji said cheerfully. Sun Su also politely replied, can't compare to someone like you, born into the Zhou family. I just got lucky, born into a good family, Zhou Ji said. By the way, do you remember Yi Xian? The one from the Yi family. He had pretty good grades in our class, then got into Linhai University, and then got arrested for raping a girl. I ran into him the other day. He's out of prison. Yeah, I saw him yesterday too. He and Jiang Wei came to our company for an interview, Sun Su said disdainfully. That Jiang Wei, a junior college graduate, actually wanted to work at Hanyu Group. It almost killed me laughing. As they were talking, Su Wen nudged Sun Su with her elbow and nodded towards the distance. Sun Su looked over and saw Yi Xian and Jiang Wei walking towards them. Sun Su didn't care whether Yi Xian and the others heard him or not. He chuckled and said to Zhou Ji, speak of the devil. Both Yi Xian and Jiang Wei heard their conversation. Jiang Wei's face darkened, but he found it hard to retort. He hadn't officially joined Hanyu Group yet, though he'd spent the past day digesting the information and had even contacted Lei Bin to discuss his role as marketing director, 2 levels above Sun Su, essentially making him Sun Su's superior. Sun Su was pretty much at the most basic management level at Hanyu Group. However, since Jiang Wei hadn't officially started, he held no real power. Seeing the two arrive, a sneer appeared on Zhou Ji's face. Oh, Yi Xian, you actually came? The girls in our class better stay away from you. Who knows, you might take a fancy to someone and slip them a Mickey. He then looked at Sun Su. Sun Su, you better keep an eye on your wife. Sun Su frowned. Su Wen glanced at Yi Xian and said, you guys go in first. I've booked 2 adjoining rooms. I'll greet the other classmates here. Zhou Ji added, looking at Yi Xian. Otherwise, if I go in with Yi Xian, other classmates might think we're birds of a feather, and that wouldn't be good. Anger flickered across Jiang Wei's face. Zhou Ji then looked at Jiang Wei. All right, Jiang Wei, I heard your ex-girlfriend asked for $1 million yuan dowry. They're just looking at a man's potential. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask for so much. Stay away from Yi Xian, and I'll introduce you to a job. If you work hard, earning 20 or 30,000 a month shouldn't be a problem. You. Jiang Wei almost lost his composure. Yi Xian tugged at him. Let's go in. Jiang Wei snorted coldly and walked inside. After asking a waiter, they entered the private room. Inside, there were already a dozen or so people, men and women, all familiar faces to Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian and Jiang Wei, everyone paused, their expression strange. Especially when looking at Yi Xian, their eyes revealed disdain. In this world, rape is the most despicable crime. They didn't greet him, nor did anyone invite him to sit. They simply stared at him with contempt. Jiang Wei, who had been quite outgoing in school, took the initiative to greet everyone. They only nodded politely but showed no further interest in engaging with them, likely because they saw Jiang Wei with Yi Xian and didn't want to associate with them. Jiang Wei felt awkward, but Yi Xian seemed indifferent. He touched his nose and chose a less crowded table to sit down. When Yi Xian sat down, the others at the table reacted differently. A slightly plump woman looked at him and said sarcastically, Yi Xian, you actually came to the reunion. You've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid of ruining the atmosphere for the rest of us? Jiang Wei frowned. Chun Jiming, don't go too far. Oh, how am I going too far? Chun Jiming sneered. It's true. Everyone knows what kind of person Yi Xian is, and how he ended up in prison. With a scumbag like him here, all the girls will be scared. You don't know anything, Yi Xian. Jiang Wei wanted to explain, but Yi Xian quickly tugged at him and smiled at Chun Jiming. Don't worry, you're safe. You look very safe. Jiang Wei chuckled and added, yeah, even if he were to rape someone, he wouldn't choose you. We wouldn't be able to stomach it. Couldn't get it up. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You. Chun Jiming was stunned. Then her eyes reddened. For a woman, These words were incredibly hurtful. A man nearby couldn't stand it anymore. He frowned and said, Jiangwei EXI, we're all old classmates. Aren't you going too far? Just as Jiang Wei was about to retort, another man quickly stood up. Everyone, let's just drop it. Chen Jimin, come sit with us. I'll go sit with him. Yi Xin has been released from prison. Even if he made mistakes in the past, he's been reformed. We shouldn't be prejudiced against him. Yi Xin looked at him. The man looked quite honest. His name was Niu Qian. In high school, he was a quiet person, rarely spoke, had average grades, and was often bullied. The most typical incident was when he had a crush on Su Wen and secretly wrote her a love letter, which Su Wen then read aloud to the entire class, followed by ridicule. After that, he became even more withdrawn and had a very low profile. However, it seemed that after working, he had changed and become more tactful. Niu Qian moved to make space and sat down with Yi Xian and Jiang Wei. He smiled at them and said, Yi Xian, Jiang Wei, long time no see. The people at their original table all left. The others didn't pay any more attention to them and started chatting amongst themselves. They talked about their jobs, salaries, clothing brands, handbags, and so on. In short, there was a subtle, constant one-upmanship going on. Yi Xian, how long have you been out of prison? What are you doing now? A voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xian looked up and saw that it was Zhou Ji. He didn't know when he had returned. Many people looked over, with smirks on their faces. I'm not working, Yi Xian said calmly. Unemployed, Zhou Ji scoffed. Why don't you let Niu Qian introduce you to a job delivering takeout for Manhwa? Our high school was considered a decent school, and Niu Qian is the only one in our class delivering takeout. The others chuckled. Niu Qian blushed, embarrassed. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, What's wrong with delivering takeout? At least it's an honest living. True. Zhou Ji then looked at Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei, I heard from Sun Tzu that you went for an interview at Hanya Group yesterday. Everyone looked at Jiang Wei in surprise. Jiang Wei nodded. Yes, why? You're bragging, right? I remember you were a junior college graduate. Hanya Group only recruits 985 graduates, and it's extremely difficult to get in. Zhou Ji said, So, did you pass the interview? A look of pride appeared on Jiang Wei's face. Yes, I start on Monday. At that moment, Sun Tzu and Su Wen walked in. Sun Tzu looked at Jiang Wei and said, Jiang Wei, there's no point in bragging like this. We're all old classmates. No one will look down on you for having a less impressive job. I'm in a minor management position at Hanya Group, and I'm quite familiar with HR. I asked yesterday, and they have no record of anyone named Jiang Wei interviewing. Ha! Zhou Ji laughed, and others joined in. Jiang Wei's face turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Lei Bin, CEO Lei, personally interviewed me. When it comes to bragging, you're the best. Zhou Ji said, You were always bragging in high school, and you're still at it. What kind of person is CEO Lei? Would he interview a junior college graduate like you? Ah! Jiang Wei's face turned even redder. Indeed, logically, it seemed unbelievable. Even he found it unbelievable. If anyone else had told him this story, he would have thought they were bragging. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Forget it, don't bother with them. They're just a bunch of frogs in a well. Think about your current status. Why bother arguing with them? Jiang Wei nodded. He glanced at Sun Tzu, anticipating the look on Sun Tzu's face when he showed up at the company on Monday. Inside the private room, Jiang Wei took a deep look at Sun Tzu, then sat down, ignoring him. Sun Tzu sneered at Jiang Wei and said, Next time you brag, remember to make it something believable. Saying that CEO Lei Bin personally interviewed you is simply laughable. Jiang Wei ignored him, and amidst everyone's mocking gazes, he seemed even more composed. Seeing that Jiang Wei wasn't speaking, Sun Tzu chuckled, clapped his hands, and said, Almost everyone's here. Bai Yao is on her way and will be here soon. I'll have the waiters serve the dishes. Then he remembered something and said, Oh, right, it's going to be split this time, around 3,000 yuan per person. He looked at EXIN and his group and said, EXIN, you guys are getting a great deal. 3 of you at one table. What a steal. EXIN smiled and said to him, You're right. Then he turned his head back. Niu Qian glanced at the two of them quietly smiled sheepishly, and said, "If I had known they would be so condescending, I wouldn't have come to the reunion. I thought it would be a gathering of old classmates." Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, "Don't mind them. They act like big shots with just a little bit of money. Let's just eat our own food." Niu Qian nodded, then looked at Yi Xian curiously and asked, "By the way, Yi Xian, if you don't have a job now, why don't you really come with me to deliver food? I can introduce you." Yi Xian's heart warmed slightly. In this impetuous society, it was rare for Niu Qian to maintain some kindness and purity. He shook his head and said, "No need. I have a small business of my own." Beside him, Jiang Wei's mouth twitched. If the Hanyu group was considered a small business, he really didn't know what would be considered a big business. Creak! At this moment, the door of the private room suddenly opened. Yi Xian looked up at the door, and several beautiful figures appeared. At the front was Bai Yao in a white dress. She still had that indifferent look. She walked into the room, saw Sun Tzu, and smiled faintly. "Is it okay if I bring a few friends from out of town?" Hiss! At this time, there were gasps in the room, and everyone's faces showed amazement. Indeed, the people Bai Yao brought were Jiang Wanwan, Qin Xiaowei, and Zhou Qianqian. When four such women stood together, they were enough to attract the attention of any man. Even Su Wan, who was currently the most beautiful, was slightly overshadowed. Sun Tzu was also slightly stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and said, "Of course, with so many beauties coming, you can see how excited these animals are." Bai Yao smiled slightly. Then her gaze fell on the empty table with three people sitting not far away. Seeing Yi Xian sitting there, her gaze paused. "Come, Bai Yao, please sit here. We've reserved a spot for you," Sun Tzu said. There were only about 20 people at this gathering. Sun Tzu had booked 3 tables, and 10 people could easily fit at one table. Jiang Wanwan and the others also noticed Yi Xian. Jiang Wanwan was stunned, then walked up to Yi Xian, slapped him hard on the shoulder, and said, "Yi Xian, why are you here too?" The people next to them were stunned. They never expected that the beautiful woman Bai Yao brought would actually know Yi Xian. Especially the male classmates, their faces showed envy and jealousy. "Sister Bai Yao, I'll sit with Yi Xian," Jiang Wanwan said to Bai Yao with a smile. Bai Yao nodded, then said to Sun Tzu, "There are more people here. I'll sit over there too." Saying that, she beckoned to Zhou Qianqian and Qin Xiaowei and walked towards Yi Xian, then pulled out a chair and sat down. The people at the other 2 tables were completely dumbfounded. For beauties, actually all went to Yi Xian's side. They had initially discriminated against Yi Xian, wanting to isolate him and Jiang Wei, but they never expected that Yi Xian and Jiang Wei would end up with such an advantage. "What a bloody loss!" Sun Tzu coughed dryly, then said, "Everyone, let's chat." Despite saying this, everyone's eyes glanced towards Yi Xian and his group from time to time. When they saw Zhou Qianqian and Qin Xiaowei chatting and laughing with Yi Xian, they became even more envious. They didn't know how Yi Xian knew them, but being able to know so many top-tier beauties at the same time, even if they weren't together, was already something to brag about. Bai Yao looked at Yi Xian, frowned, and said calmly, "You shouldn't have come back to Linhai." "Why?" Yi Xian asked. "My brother won't let you off." Bai Yao pursed her lips and said, "And he already knows you're back in Linhai. Bai Xian won't let you off either, nor will her husband." Yi Xian shrugged and said, "I don't care." Seeing Yi Xian like this, a complex look flashed in Bai Yao's eyes. Then she smiled wryly. "Suit yourself?" Qin Xiaowei frowned at this time and said, "Yi Xian, why don't you come back to Jiangxing with us? There are too many people here who want to deal with you. That Yi Huan from the Yi family probably won't let you go either." Their conversation left Jiang Wei and Niu Qian somewhat bewildered. Their social circles naturally didn't reach the level of these top, rich, second-generation heirs of Linhai. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "I have things to do in Linhai." Bai Yao looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything more. At this time, Zhou Ji came over with a wine glass, walked to Bai Yao's side, and said with a smile, "Hey, the 2 flowers of our class. One was snatched by Sun Tzu, and the other is marrying the first heir of our Zhou family. Congratulations, your engagement is tomorrow." Speaking of which, after you marry Zhou Rui, we'll be relatives. Bai Yao smiled slightly, picked up a glass of juice from the table, her tone betraying no emotion, and nodded, "Thank you." Gradually, some people began to approach Bai Yao, and she responded to each with a smile, but her tone was indifferent, showing little joy. After a while, Zhou Ji stood up with a chuckle and leaned towards Exin, saying, "By the way, our old classmate Exin is here too. Niu Qian is right, we shouldn't be prejudiced against him. Although he once raped someone, it doesn't matter. He has reformed for 9 years. We should give him a chance to start over." He emphasized the words "start over." Then he walked to Yi Exin's side and said cheerfully, "Yi Exin, you don't have a job yet, right? You used to be one of the top students in our class. You still have a lot of potential. Do you want to come work at my company?" "Zhou Ji, you're too kind," Chen Jiming said beside them. Zhou Ji smiled and said, "We're all old classmates. It's okay to take care of each other. Of course, since you were a criminal, wanting a decent job isn't good for the company's employees. My companies also require university degrees, and you don't have one, so I'm afraid you can only be a security guard. Of course, as an old classmate, the treatment will definitely be higher than other security guards, and living in Linhai shouldn't be a problem." Jiang Wanwan and the others frowned. Qin Xiaowei and Zhou Qianqian both looked at him. He thought the two women were interested in him and continued to pat Yi Exin on the shoulder. "So, what do you say? Want to come?" "No need," Yi Exin said, Pidri curling his lip. Beside him, Chen Jiming said, "Yi Exin, don't be ungrateful. It's very difficult for someone like you to find a job in this society." "Oh well, everyone has different pursuits." Zhou Ji looked at Yi Exin and said, "If you miss this opportunity, I won't agree next time you ask." Beside him, Zhou Qianqian seemed to be unable to stand it anymore. She raised an eyebrow, took out a bank card, and handed it to Yi Exin. "By the way, Yi Exin, yesterday you gave me this card and asked me to transfer from Xinhai Bank's Jiangqing branch to Linhai. After I finished, I kept forgetting to give you the bank card back." Everyone looked at the bank card curiously, and when Zhou Rui saw it, his pupils shrank, his hands trembled slightly, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground. "Dia, diamond card," he gulped and said in shock. Seeing the diamond card, Yi Exin frowned slightly. He roughly understood Zhou Cici's intentions. Seeing him being spoken to like that, she couldn't stand it, especially since Zhou Ji's words had angered her. Yi Exin's Xinhai Bank diamond card happened to be in her possession, so she couldn't help but reveal it. Yi Exin didn't want to expose these things, which had something to do with his years as a night watchman. Of course, if it was exposed, it wouldn't matter. Now that he was back in Linhai and wanted to investigate some matters, baring his fangs a little wouldn't hurt. When Zhou Rui uttered the words "diamond card," his body trembled. Xinhai Bank cards were very popular among the wealthy, and Zhou Rui naturally had one, though his was the most basic silver card, obtainable with a 1,000,000 yuan deposit. Zhou Rui was somewhat capable. After graduating, he took over 3 companies arranged by his family. Although the companies weren't large, earning 1,000,000 or so a year wasn't a problem. Beside him, Sun Tzu's heart also pounded. His situation was the same as Zhou Rui's. He also had a silver card. In a way, this symbolized entry into the wealthy circle. Bai Yao's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Looking at the azure card, her mind went blank. This was a diamond card. Xinhai Bank had only issued 9 of them. Even their entire Bai family, or the other wealthy families of Linhai, didn't possess one. The only person she knew who had a Xinhai Bank diamond card was a highly respected elder in Linhai. Moreover, that elder wasn't from a wealthy family, but in Linhai, no one dared to provoke him. Everyone was courteous when they met him. She hadn't expected Yi Exin to have a diamond card. A multitude of thoughts surfaced in her mind. The old Yi Exin couldn't possibly have a Xinhai Bank diamond card. How did he get it? Did a big shot in prison give it to him? That's a possibility. As she pondered, she suddenly recalled what Yi Exin had said to her when they had tea together. He had said he would help her avoid marrying Zhou Rui. At the time, she had thought Yi Exin was planning something illegal, like attacking Zhou Rui. But now, seeing that Yi Exin had a Xinhai Bank diamond card, perhaps he could achieve it through legitimate means. Her family's business was facing problems. If they had Shinhai Bank support, overcoming this difficulty would be simple. Thinking of this, her eyes flickered. Apart from them, most of the classmates present, including Jiang Wei, looked bewildered. Shinhai Bank was a level most of them hadn't reached. Some might have heard that it was a place for the rich, but they naturally didn't know about Shinhai Bank's card tier system. Chun Jimin couldn't help but ask, "What's a Diamond Bank card?" Someone who knew a little more explained, "It's Shinhai Bank's highest level card. No matter how rich you are, you can't get one. And I heard it comes with a lot of privileges at Shinhai Bank, like access to a lot of the bank's funds." "So powerful," someone exclaimed. "But how could Yi Xin have such a card?" Chun Jiming looked at Yi Xin and sneered. "Yi Xin, you stole this card, didn't you?" Jiang Wei's face flushed with anger. "Chun Jiming, don't go too far. He's a rapist. Isn't it normal for him to do something sneaky?" Chun Jiming said disdainfully. "He was in prison for 9 years, and everyone knows he was kicked out by the Yi family. How could he possibly own something so expensive?" Her words resonated with many who found it unbelievable that Yi Xin possessed such a thing. Jiang Wei's anger intensified. He wanted to say something, but Yi Xin tugged his arm. "Jiang Wei, don't bother with this kind of person. Ugly and fat. Thinking she's a little fairy. Just a frog in a well." "What did you say?" Chun Jiming roared. If Yi Xion's previous words had been an insinuation, now he was directly calling her ugly. Her face turned red, and she pointed a trembling finger at him. "Knock! Knock! Knock!" At that moment, a knock came from the door. Sun Tzu frowned and went to open it. His expression suddenly changed, and he bowed hurriedly. Mr. Lei." Standing at the door was the one-armed Lei Bin. He glanced at Sun Tzu in surprise. "You're Bai Yao's classmate?" He looked towards Bai Yao, and when his gaze fell on Yi Xian, his expression shifted slightly, but without much emotion. He continued to look at Bai Yao. "Niece Bai Yao, I won't be able to make it to your engagement party tomorrow. I was having dinner with a friend here, and my assistant told me he saw you. He asked around and found out you were having a high school reunion, so I came to take a look." Bai Yao quickly stood up and bowed to Lei Bin. "Uncle Lei's Hanyu group must be busy. You could have just sent me a WeChat message. You didn't need to come in person." Lei Bin smiled. "All right, then I won't disturb your young people's gathering." He looked at Yi Xian, then at Jiang Wei, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Kid, have you recovered?" Jiang Wei quickly replied, "Yes, I have recovered." Lei Bin smiled. "Good. Remember to report to work on Monday and bring your ID card and onboarding documents." "Oh, okay." Facing this top Linhai tycoon, Jiang Wei was still a little nervous. After this exchange, everyone in the room gaped again. Jiang Wei was really going to work at Hanyu Group, and it was confirmed by the legendary one-armed CEO himself. Jiang Wei hadn't been lying when he said the CEO personally interviewed him. Sun Tzu's eyelids twitched violently. He was a small manager at Hanyu Group, but in all his years there, he had barely spoken to Lei Bin. Lei Bin was always meticulous at the company, yet he had spoken to Jiang Wei so cordially. What was going on? His head felt muddled. Lei Bin didn't pay attention to this. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll be going. Enjoy your meal. I've already settled the bill." Everyone gulped. This was a place with an average cost of 3,000 yuan per person. For over 20 people, that was tens of thousands of yuan. But considering Lei Bin's status, they felt it was understandable. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. "Mr. Lei, do you think my classmate here could work at Hanyu Group?" Lei Bin paused, turned around, and looked at Niu Qian, whom Yi Xian was pointing at. Niu Qian froze, looking nervous. He glanced around and stammered, I definitely don't have the ability. Hanyu Group only hires highly educated and capable people. I'm just a delivery." "Nonsense," Lei Bin interrupted. "This young man is honest. I like that. You come to the company with Jiang Wei on Monday. As for the position, marketing department manager, annual salary." He glanced at Yi Xian, a hint of questioning in his voice. 1 million. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Lei Bin breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, the annual salary is 1 million. Bring your onboarding documents and come to work with Jiang Wei on Monday." Sun Tzu was stunned. He had worked hard for so many years at Hanyu Group, finally climbing to the position of marketing manager. And now Nyo Chien was coming in at the same level? The other's eyes widened. How was this possible? He just glanced at him and offered him a 1 million yuan annual salary. At that moment, everyone went crazy. The moment Laban appeared, everyone forgot about Yi Xian's diamond card. A diamond card was too distant for them, something they would likely never attain in their lifetime. However, Nyo Chien and Jiang Wei's situation was unfolding right before their eyes. That was Hanyu Group, a company countless people would kill to join. Now, with just a few words, Nyo Chien was in, and with a starting annual salary of 1 million, the same level as Sun Tzu. This filled everyone with anticipation, hoping Yi Xian would mention them, or that Laban would glance their way and perhaps, by a stroke of luck, hire them too. An annual salary of 1 million might be a lifelong goal for them, but for a large enterprise like Hanyu, most of the basic management could reach this level. And now, a person with 1 million yuan annual salary was born right in front of them. And the reason was just Yi Xian asking an extra question. Moreover, this guy with 1 million yuan salary was just a deliver man moments ago, someone they had completely looked down upon. The change was simply too drastic. They thought of Jiang Wei, whom Lei Bin personally interviewed. What was his salary? What was his position? Sun Tzu thought about this, looking at Jiang Wei, his heart filled with apprehension. Could Jiang Wei's position be higher than mine? However, Laban didn't continue to ask anyone else. He smiled, waved his hand, and said, "Have fun, everyone. I'll head out now." Only after Lei Bin left the private room did everyone sit down, looking disappointed. They glanced at Nyo Chien and Jiang Wei, faces full of envy. They felt that the two were incredibly lucky, knowing that they had risen to prominence overnight. As the orchestrator of all this, Yi Xian remained unassuming. He smiled faintly, picked up his chopsticks, and started to eat. Nyo Chien still wore an expression of disbelief. He looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Yi Xian, mister, Lei wasn't joking, was he? How could I possibly be qualified to work at Hanyu Group?" Sun Tzu wholeheartedly agreed. He roared internally, "Yes, you're damn well not qualified. You're just a deliver man. You're not qualified to be on the same level as me. But damn it, now that Mr. Lei has personally spoken, you're on the same level as me. I want to die." This made the others even more jealous. Bai Yao looked up and said, "Nyo Chien, don't worry. Uncle Lei wouldn't joke about something like this. Go back and prepare your documents. You and Jiang Wei can go through the onboarding procedures together." Zhou Ji stood by the side, his face etched with embarrassment. He slunk back to the table and looked at Sun Tzu. "What the hell is going on?" "Fine, Jiang Wei, but how can an idiot like Nyo Chien join your management?" "I have no freaking clue." The more Sun Tzu thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of food. The usually delicious food now tasted bland, even a little bitter. After a brief period of shock, everyone started chatting again. Nyo Chien and Jiang Wei, who had been ignored before, now had people toasting them with glasses of wine. There were even a few attractive female classmates who added Nyo Chien on WeChat. Before, they wouldn't even look at him. The world is always this realistic. Of course, Yi Xian was still ignored. Even after the appearance of his diamond card, most people believed Chun Jiming's claim, thinking that he had probably stolen it. At the table, Jiang Wanwan glared at Yi Xian and whispered, "It must be this guy's doing again." Qin Xiaowei and Zhou Cixi also knew that both Jiang Wei and Nyo Chien being able to join Hanyu Group was definitely related to Yi Xian. Of course, they didn't say anything. The gathering, after Nyo Chien joined Hanyu Group and Kunhunisanla's son, Su Yibajang, severely slapped Sun Tzu in the face figuratively, became somewhat dull. Sun Tzu organized this gathering to show off how well he was doing. And initially it was like that. Many people envied him. But now, Nyo Chien and Jiang Wei had become the center of attention. This made him extremely uncomfortable. He had originally planned to organize some afternoon activities after dinner, but now he had absolutely no mood for it. After eating, he made an excuse, saying he had something to do, and dragged Su Wen away. With the organizer gone, everyone else naturally dispersed. Nyo Chien was very happy. He looked at Exin and said, Exin, thank you. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have this job. But I have to thank you properly later. I need to go back and tell my parents the good news. They'll be overjoyed to know I'm working at Hanyu Group with such a high salary. Exin smiled. Neo Qian wasn't a bad person, and since Exin's return to Linhai, he was the only one besides his parents who had shown him kindness. Helping him out was nothing. After everyone left, Jiang Wanwan glared at Exin. Exin, be honest, what's your relationship with Mr. Lei? Don't think I don't know. If it weren't for your reminder, Mr. Lei wouldn't have even considered hiring Neo Qian. When he mentioned the salary, he even glanced at you. Exin touched his nose and said, don't be silly. Bai Yao looked deeply at Exin and then said, Exin, stay and chat with me. I have something I want to talk to you about. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan glared at Exin and said, you act all mysterious, but one day, I'm going to expose all your secrets. You can expose all my secrets right now. Pick a hotel, and we can expose each other, Exin said with a grin. Jiang Wanwan blushed and quickly said, pervert. Exin chuckled, then gave Jiang Wei a few more instructions. Jiang Wei took a taxi and left. Zhou Cixi and the other two also gave Exin and Bai Yao some alone time, taking taxis and leaving themselves. Bai Yao took out her car keys, pressed a button on a nearby car, and said, get in. Exin looked at her pretty face, feeling a strange emotion in his heart. He opened the passenger door and sat down. Jiang City, Sihai Garden, Jubao Xian back courtyard. 5 people were sitting in the back courtyard of Jubao Xian. Bai Lianxiang, Lin Qingxue, Lin Qian, and Bai Lianxiang's brother, Bai Bo. Sitting in front of them was Chun Baiyun with his handlebar mustache. He was holding a magnifying glass, carefully examining a knife in his hand. The knife's handle had an antique feel, but the blade was gleaming, looking extremely sharp. The blade was about 80 centimeters long. It was the shorter of the 2 knives Exin had left with the Lin family. Yes, they thought the knives were valuable and didn't plan to return them to Exin, so they decided to sell them. To sell the knife, they called Bai Bo, the most knowledgeable person in the family. Well, is this knife worth anything? Bai Lianxiang asked eagerly. Clang! Chun Baiyun sheathed the knife, frowning. This knife is sharp, but it's made with modern techniques. This place only deals in antiques. The handle looks old, but it's probably not worth much. Bai Lianxiang and her daughters were slightly stunned. Bai Bo quickly said, Boss Chun, why don't you take another look? I've never seen such a sharp knife in my life. It cuts through stone like tofu. Chun Baiyun chuckled. How about this, 100,000 yuan, and I'll take it. That's not very fair, Bai Bo said. This knife is worth more than 100,000 yuan. Exactly, Boss Chun, that's not very fair. At that moment, a chuckle rang out. A knife that cuts stone like tofu. Which one isn't a world-renowned treasure? The 4 of Lin Qingxue looked towards the sound and saw a man in his 40s or 50s, wearing a long gown and carrying a birdcage, walking towards them. Chun Baiyun coughed and looked at the middle-aged man, but didn't dare say anything. The middle-aged man said cheerfully, What kind of knife? Let me have a look. Bai Lianxiang's face lit up with joy. She quickly handed the knife over and said, Would you mind appraising it? The middle-aged man smiled. However, when his gaze fell on the short knife, his pupils constricted slightly. Especially when he noticed a symbol on the handle, his expression changed several times. Several minutes passed before he slowly exhaled and said, Good knife. Bai Lianxiang and her family's faces lit up with joy. Bai Lianxiang quickly asked, How much can this knife be sold for? You want to sell this knife? The middle-aged man put down his birdcage and looked at Bai Lianxiang, asking seriously. Bai Lianxiang nodded. I have that intention. If you want to sell it, I'll offer 5 million. The middle-aged man said with a smile. The 3 members of the Bai family were stunned. 5 million was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for them. Beside them, Chun Baiyun's expression flickered slightly. He knew this item was definitely valuable, probably worth even more, but after glancing at the middle-aged man, he didn't dare to speak. At this moment, the middle-aged man said, However, if I remember correctly, This knife should be one of a pair, a long one and a short one. If you have the longer one at home, and sell them both to me, I can offer 20 million. 20 million. The huge number made by Lianxiang tremble. She quickly said, yes, yes, I have a longer one at home. I never thought these things would be so valuable. They were always kept in a pile of junk. I'll go get it for you now. How about this? I'll go with you. The middle-aged man smiled. Then we can exchange the money and the goods at the same time. Okay, okay. Bai Lianxiang quickly agreed. She had never seen so much money in her life and couldn't imagine any more, agreeing immediately. Bai Bo, standing beside her, wanted to raise the price, but seeing Bai Lianxiang agree so readily, he could only acquiesce helplessly. The middle-aged man lowered his head and picked up the birdcage again. A faint golden lotus tattoo could be clearly seen on the back of his hand. Above the red card, a gold card assassin. A faint smile played on his lips as he followed Bai Lianxiang and the others out of the room, a glint of icy, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Yi Xian naturally didn't know his weapons were being sold by Lianxiang. If he knew Bai Lianxiang only sold them for 20 million, he'd probably be furious. His two weapons were priceless. Although they looked similar to the weapons used by the night watchman, they were fundamentally different. Their value simply couldn't be measured by money. Of course, he thought his weapons had been lost long ago, so he knew nothing about it. At this moment, Bai Yao was driving him through the city. Soon, she stopped the car at the gate of a high school. Linhai City No. 1 High School. Yi Xian and Bai Yao's alma mater. Yi Xian hadn't expected Bai Yao to bring him here. Get out of the car, Bai Yao said, looking at Yi Xian with her usual elegant demeanor. Yi Xian touched his nose, got out of the car, and followed Bai Yao into the campus. They walked on the large playground. Just like in high school, back then, they would walk around the playground during lunch and dinner breaks. Yi Xian would tell Bai Yao funny stories and make her laugh. But now, things felt different. Neither of them spoke, and the silence was heavy. After walking 2 laps, Yi Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He coughed and said, "This is so awkward." Bai Yao paused, looked at Yi Xian, and then burst out laughing. Her smile was truly beautiful, but now it seemed to appear less and less often. Yi Xian scratched his head. Bai Yao laughed for a while, then sat down on the ground. Since Yi Xian was standing, looking down, he could just make out a glimpse of scenery down her shirt. He couldn't help but gulp, quickly averting his gaze before Bai Yao noticed. Apparently, Bai Yao hadn't seen. Sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, she looked into the distance and asked, "Tell me about your experiences over the past 9 years. Yi Xian frowned slightly, then said after a moment of thought, "I can't tell you about the first 6 years. Let's just say I wasn't in prison. Later, I was injured and lost my memory. I was rescued by someone in Jiangcheng, married his daughter, became a live-in son-in-law, and recently got divorced. You should already know about that. So, you really were wrongly accused, right?" Bai Yao asked again. "You didn't rape Bai Xian?" Yi Xian pursed his lips. "I don't want to explain too much about that. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." "I believe you," Bai Yao said. "I always thought you were a kind person, incapable of doing such a thing. Otherwise, in Jiangcheng, I wouldn't have asked you out to talk alone. But I also have doubts. Back then, the evidence was conclusive, including the surveillance video from the hotel, which showed you helping Bai Xian into the hotel." Bai Yao gritted her teeth. "So I can't help but suspect. I'm very conflicted." Yi Xian exhaled slowly and sat down next to Bai Yao. "That's why I came back to Linhai, to prove my innocence. I was framed." Bai Yao paused, tilted her head, and looked at Yi Xian. "It could be very dangerous." "Dangerous?" Yi Xian smiled. If he couldn't even deal with these ordinary people, he wouldn't deserve the title of Night Watchman Zero. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Bai Yao asked again, "Yi Xian, can you really stop my marriage to Zhou Rui? Before, I thought you might do something foolish, but when I saw you take out that diamond card, I felt a glimmer of hope. You knew from the beginning that I really don't like that Zhou Rui. I even hate him. I promised you in Jiangcheng, and I always keep my word," Yi Xian said with a smiling nod. Bai Yao bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind. Her face flushed slightly, and she looked up at Yexin. Yexin, if you stop my marriage to Zhou Rue and help our family overcome our difficulties, let's be together. Oh? Yexin was taken aback. He hadn't expected Bai Yao to suddenly mention this. He abruptly turned to look at Bai Yao's pretty face, which was now flushed all the way to her neck. Just as Yexin was about to say something, the sound of cars roared. 4 or 5 cars suddenly stopped outside the school playground. Then, the doors opened, and more than 20 people got out. Most of them were dressed in black, and all of them were carrying baseball bats. After getting out of the cars, they looked towards Exin and then began marching towards them. At the front was a burly man with slicked-back hair. He walked at the forefront, also carrying a baseball bat. His face was dark, and his eyes were fixed on Exin. This person was Bai Yao's older brother, Bai Qi. Bai Yao naturally noticed the commotion. The moment she saw Bai Qi, her face changed drastically. Exin, run. We'll contact each other on WeChat. But after saying that, she realized Exin had no intention of leaving. He stood up from the ground, hands in his pockets, looking at the approaching crowd from afar. Bai Yao's face changed, and she quickly stood up, tugging on Exin's arm. Exin, run. Exin still didn't react. Looking at the menacing group, a faint smile even appeared on his lips. The group opposite quickened their pace. Bai Qi gritted his teeth, his entire body tense. His sleeves were rolled up, his thick right arm gripped a baseball bat tightly, veins bulging. He strode towards Exin with increasing speed. Bai Yao's face had lost all color. She knew Bai Qi's personality too well, and how much he hated Exin. For the past 9 years, he'd constantly brought up Exin's name. When he was with Bai Exin, he always lamented about how he hadn't protected her well enough. She knew if Bai Qi saw Exin, he wouldn't let him go. She didn't know how Bai Qi knew she was at the school, or how he'd followed her. At this moment, she didn't have time to think about it. She pulled Exin, shouting, Exin, run! Run! Exin, however, remained standing. He had warned Bai Qi once. Did he not hold any resentment towards the Bai family? 9 years ago, the Bai family had hounded him relentlessly. Both the old man of the Bai family and Bai Qi had wanted to skin him alive. If it weren't for being discovered by the night watchman, Exin would have rotted in prison for life. It was a life sentence. Exin returned to Linhai without any thoughts of revenge. Rationally, the evidence against him had been conclusive back then, and the victim was their own child. It was natural for them to believe he was the culprit and seek revenge. But not seeking revenge against the Bai family was Exin's limit. It didn't mean he wouldn't retaliate if they came after him. Bai Qi's pace quickened, his anger intensifying when he saw Bai Yao pulling Exin. He broke it to a run. Without a word, he reached the front, raised the baseball bat, and swung it directly at Exin's head. Actions speak louder than words. He didn't bother with words, resorting directly to violence. Brother, stop! Bai Yao's face paled. Bai Qi ignored her. The baseball bat whistled through the air, aimed straight at Exin's head. Exin narrowed his eyes, sneering. So you want me dead? A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. In that instant, Bai Yao gritted her teeth, her mind blank. Acting on impulse, she stepped forward, embraced Exin, and shielded him behind her. Bai Qi had already swung. It was too late to stop. His face changed drastically as he saw Bai Yao. Bang! At that moment, Exin abruptly raised his hand and caught the baseball bat. Bai Qi's expression shifted. Caught! He had swung with all his might, yet Exin had caught it. He tried to pull the bat back, but despite his efforts, Exin's grip remained firm. I didn't believe Peng Xinkuan when he said you single-handedly took down a dozen of them. Now it seems, after 9 years, you've actually gained some skill. Bai Qi snorted coldly, releasing his grip and stepping back. Then he looked at Bai Yao and said, Bai Yao, come here. Bai Yao, who had closed her eyes, opened them at the sound of his voice. She saw Exin looking at her, a smile on his face. Seeing the baseball bat in his hand, she was slightly stunned. What are you standing there for? Come here quickly. Do you know who this guy is? He's the one who defiled Bai Exin. Bai Qi roared. Brother, it's not what you think, Bai Yao quickly said. And it's been 9 years. Even a lifetime wouldn't diminish my hatred for him. If it weren't for him, Bai Xian wouldn't have her reputation ruined, wouldn't have been forced to marry that good-for-nothing Yang Chong. Bai Qi stared at Yi Xian, fury practically spewing from his eyes. You actually came to see him? He's our enemy. Our family's enemy. By this time, the others had arrived. Seeing Bai Yao shielding Yi Xian, they looked bewildered, stopping beside Bai Qi. Yi Xian scoffed. Everyone heard the scoff. Bai Qi glared at Yi Xian, his voice icy. What are you laughing at, kid? Laughing at you, Yi Xian said disdainfully. Anyone who didn't know better would think you're such a loving brother. Talking so righteously. Whether I'm good to my sisters or not is for them to decide. It's none of your business. Bai Qi stared at Yi Xian. I know you can fight. Everyone I brought today practices Sanda. You think you can escape? Yi Xian ignored the threat, saying calmly, Yeah, you're so loving to your sister that you marry Bai Yao off to Zhou Rui for your own inheritance. Someone Bai Yao doesn't like at all. In fact, someone she particularly hates. Such great love. Bai Qi's expression faltered. Then he roared in anger. Fuck you. What the fuck do you know, you idiot? Yi Xian sighed. Bai Qi, if you want to fight, fine. But like I said, if you come after me, you'll have to bear the consequences. That's a threat. Remember it. Bai Qi scoffed. I'm so scared. You're just an ex-con, disowned by the Yi family. Even if you were still in the Yi family, you're just a branch member. It would be easy for me to deal with you. He turned to Bai Yao. Bai Yao, come here now. Drive back immediately. Bai Yao frowned deeply. She looked at Bai Qi. Brother, were you following me? Humph. Bai Qi sneered. Ever since I knew this kid was back in Linhai, I was worried you'd go see him. I installed a GPS on your car. Sure enough, I caught you. Don't be stupid. Not only is this kid crooked, you're getting engaged to Zhou Rui tomorrow. Coming to see him now will only cause gossip. Yi Xian's lips twitched, thinking to himself, what a fucking sister complex. Bai Yao gritted her teeth. Brother, you've gone too far. I've gone too far? You came to see him. Did you think about how Bai Xian would feel? Do you know how much psychological damage he inflicted on her? Do you think this is fair to Bai Xian? Bai Qi roared, his eyes red-rimmed. Bai Yao trembled slightly. She believed Yi Xian, but who else did? How many people believed him? In this regard, Bai Qi had a point. Bai Yao clenched her jaw. I'll go back with you, but you must let Yi Xian leave too. Bai Qi glared at Yi Xian. Kid, I'll let you off this time, but you better find a place to hide and never come out again, or I'll find you eventually. Yi Xian shrugged. Bai Qi, I can't be bothered to explain anything to you. If you want to come after me, you'll have to bear the consequences. Indeed, he would offer an explanation to Bai Yao, but as for Bai Qi, he couldn't even be bothered. He was hoping Bai Qi would come after him. That would give him a reason to retaliate. Yi Xian glanced at Bai Yao, smiled faintly, and swaggered through the crowd. Excuse me, coming through? Bai Qi's veins bulged with anger, but he had one good quality. He usually kept his promises to his sister. Despite his fury, he didn't attack. Yi Xian walked towards the school gate. Soon he saw the black sedans and Bai Yao's car drive past. Through the window, he saw Bai Yao in the passenger seat. Bai Qi was driving her car, still talking as he drove. Yi Xian recalled how Bai Yao had shielded him with her body, a small smile playing on his lips. He took out his phone, found Zhou Qianqian's number, and dialed. Zhou Qianqian answered quickly. Hello? What's up? Check how much Xinhai Bank cooperates with the Zhou family's businesses in Linhai. And check my authority to see if I can terminate all cooperation between Xinhai Bank and the Zhou family, Yi Xian asked. Zhou Qianqian sounded delighted. Are you going to help Bai Yao? Yi Xian nodded. Yeah, okay, I'll check right away. Zhou Qianqian replied. Yi Xian touched his nose and called Laban. The call connected quickly. What's up? Laban asked. How's that thing I told you yesterday about competing with the Zhou family for business going? Yi Xian asked. Working on it. We have 5 projects conflicting with theirs. We're going all out to secure them. I was having dinner with the other party to negotiate today, Laban said. It's the weekend, and I still have to work overtime. Hurry up, Yi Xian said calmly. Snatch them all before by Yao's engagement tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, a slight smile crept onto Yi Xian's lips. This was his ultimate strategy to prevent the engagement between Zhou Rui and Bai Yao. The Bai family wanted Bai Yao to marry Zhou Rui to latch onto the Zhou family's industrial empire. Their own business was having some issues, or rather, the Zhou family was competing with them, forcing them to cooperate. Marriage became the best solution. When the Zhou family was preoccupied with their own problems and their cooperation with the bank hit a snag, would they still have the heart to hold this engagement banquet? The answer was obviously no. As for how the Bai family would find a way out, it was none of Yi Xian's business. He had done all this, just waiting for the Zhou family to be thrown into chaos overnight. Would they still be in the mood for an engagement banquet tomorrow? It was a pity that Yi Xian couldn't see Zhou Rui's furious expression. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Since the Zhou family had some connection with Red Lotus naturally wouldn't watch the Zhou family collapse. Wherever Red Lotus was, Yi Xian would inevitably be involved, and dealing with the Zhou family wouldn't be a rare occurrence. Yi Xian touched his nose, a smile playing on his lips. His current priorities were twofold: finding information on number 2 and clearing his own name. Just as he was about to leave the school, a group of 8 or 9 people walked towards him. Most of them wore security uniforms, while another was a bespectacled, balding man in his 40s or 50s. "Principal, this is the guy who was fighting on the playground just now," a security guard pointed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian froze, cursing inwardly. Bai Yao and the others had driven away smoothly, leaving him to be caught. The school principal, no longer the one from Yi Xian's time, looked him up and down, snapping, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Put your hands up, or I'll call the police." "Principal, I'm here to revisit my old school. Besides, I was the one being bullied just now. It has nothing to do with me," Yi Xian said, spreading his hands. "Umph. Go arrest him and take him to the police station," the principal barked. Without a word, the security guards lunged at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's head throbbed. He really couldn't fight these people. Sighing, he greased the soles of his feet and turned to flee. His speed was astonishing. In a flash, he darted through the crowd. The guards didn't even touch his clothes. Yi Xian ran past, turned, and said, "Principal, the one who hit me is called Bai Qi. Go check with his family, and it's best to arrest him and lock him up for a few days." With that, he turned and ran again. "How can this person run so fast?" the principal cursed, watching Yi Xian's retreating figure. Upon hearing the name Bai Qi, his expression shifted. He then looked at the security guards and said, "Go check if anything is missing from the school. Also, don't spread this matter around." The Bai family was naturally not someone he could afford to offend. Yi Xian dashed out of the school gate and only stopped at the entrance. Suddenly, he saw a small stall nearby and his expression flickered. "This shop is still open?" Yi Xian was slightly surprised. It was a small snack stall selling guacamole. It had been there when Yi Xian entered high school. Back then, they cost 2 yuan each, and Yi Xian would eat one every day at noon. He hadn't expected them to still be here after 9 years. Since it was afternoon and students were still in class, there was no one in front of the guacamole stall. Yi Xian walked over. A middle-aged woman was sitting there, scrolling through Douyin on her phone. "How much is a guacamole?" Yi Xian asked. 2 yuan, she said without looking up, her eyes glued to her phone. "The same price as 9 years ago? Haven't you raised your prices?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. The middle-aged woman finally put down her phone and looked up at Yi Xian, frowning slightly. She felt that Yi Xian looked familiar, but couldn't remember who he was. Doing business here, she saw too many people every day, let alone someone from 9 years ago. "Small business, students can't afford it if it's too expensive," the woman said. Yi Xian mused. "I'll take one." As his voice fell, a pleasant voice sounded beside him. "Auntie, you, one guacamole?" Because the voice was so pleasant, Yi Xian couldn't help but glance to the side. He froze when he saw who it was. "It's you?" Behind him, a beautiful woman in a black dress was walking towards him with books in her arms. When she saw Yi Xian, her expression faltered. "It's you." Jiangcheng, Garden District, Lin Qingshue's home. By Lin Xiang, Lin Qingxue, and Lin Qian were lying on the sofa, trembling and covered in cold sweat. Lin Qingxue and Lin Qian's faces were filled with terror. In front of the living room TV, Bai Bo lay there, clutching his thigh and constantly retreating, his body covered in blood, especially his thigh, where blood was gushing out. Standing before them, the middle-aged man in a long coat held a dagger. His face still wore the same gentle, calm expression. "Still unwilling to tell me how you got these two knives?" he asked with a smile. Yes, upon returning to Lin Qingxue's home, he had asked Bai Lin Xiang and the others how they had obtained the knives. Bai Lin Xiang, for the sake of money, naturally wouldn't mention Yi Xian's name. She insisted they were family heirlooms, and then the middle-aged man suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed Bai Bo several times in the blink of an eye. Lin Qingxue and the other two kept their mouths shut. They dared not speak. When they screamed earlier, Bai Bo had been stabbed again. Bai Lin Xiang trembled all over, saying, "If you want the knives, take them. We don't want the money anymore." Between life and money, she ultimately chose life. At this moment, she almost hated Yi Xian to death. She hadn't expected these two knives to bring such a disaster upon her family after Yi Xian left. "You don't seem to understand what I'm saying. Let me put it this way. Do you know who these two knives belong to?" The middle-aged man pulled over a stool, sat down, and teased the bird on the floor. "We don't know." Lin Qingxue trembled all over. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Not knowing was fine. He continued to ask, "I'll ask you one last time. How did you get these two knives? If you don't tell me, he will die." Bai Lin Xiang gritted her teeth and quickly said, "They belong to my former son-in-law, Yi Xian. He was injured 3 years ago, and my husband saved him. Then my husband hid these two knives, but he has already divorced my daughter and has nothing to do with me." "Son-in-law?" The middle-aged man stood up, picked up the two knives, one long and one short, from the coffee table, and said, "I was wondering why the young master would die in a small place like Jiangcheng. So, Night Watchman Zero is here." Then he smiled and said, "The three of you come with me?" He pointed to Lin Qingxue, Lin Qian, and Bai Lin Xiang. "Oh, and act normal. Go downstairs and get in the car. If you try anything funny, you'll die. I won't show any mercy. He really has no contact with us. I don't know where he is now. I can't reach him at all," Bai Lin Xiang said with a mournful face. The middle-aged man glanced at her with amusement, then looked at Bai Bo on the floor and said, "Find a way to contact the owner of these two knives and tell him to come to Linhai to find me. Give him 3 days. If he can't find me, I'll only have 3 corpses to send back." Lin Qingxue and the other two instantly paled. They just wanted to sell the knives, but never expected such a disaster. The middle-aged man picked up the two knives again and smiled at the 3 women. "Ladies, let's go." Far away in Linhai, Yi Xian naturally didn't know what was happening in Jiangcheng. In fact, it was quite difficult for Bai Bo to contact Yi Xian now. He could only ask Yi Gang of Shengshi Logistics for help. But because of his constant harassment at Shengshi, Yi Gang was already unwilling to see them. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing at the entrance of the Guokui shop, looking at the woman in the black dress in front of him, and said in surprise, "Why are you here?" Yes, this woman was Chun Feifei, the woman he had met in the bar before. Chun Feifei, holding her textbooks, said, "I'm a teacher at this school. What are you doing here?" Yi Xian coughed, frowned, and said, "I used to study here. I came back to take a look." Chun Feifei stood next to Yi Xian. She looked at him awkwardly and said, "Well, I'm sorry about the trouble I caused you before." Because she had gone to find Yi Xian for a drink before, Zhou Ji had misunderstood, and then there had been some conflict with the people from the Liuhua bar. At the time, she even thought Yi Xian would be seriously injured. Yi Xian waved his hand, not taking it to heart. Chun Feifei gritted her teeth and asked, "Are you free tonight? I caused you some trouble that day, and although you're fine, I feel like I owe you one. I'd like to invite you to dinner. We were just strangers who met by chance. Don't worry about it," Yi Xian said calmly. Indeed, Yi Xian felt there was no need to get involved with a woman who could date Zhou Ji. This stunned Chun Feifei. Whether she was studying at school or now as a teacher, she never lacked pursuers. Every man would fawn over her, or at least try to please her. But the man in front of her, from the first time she met him in the bar, seemed to have hardly looked at her. She had practically thrown herself at him in the bar, but Yi Xian just drank by himself and didn't pay any attention to her. After they left, he even asked her for half the price of the drinks. Here you go. At this time, the middle-aged woman handed the warm guacamole to Yi Xian in a paper bag. Yi Xian took the guacamole, paid, then looked at Chen Feifei beside him and said, I'll be going now. Let's exchange WeChat contacts. Chen Feifei gritted her teeth and said, I don't like owing people favors. No need. We probably won't see each other much in the future, Yi Xian said, ignoring Chen Feifei further and turning to leave. Watching Yi Xian's retreating figure, Chen Feifei gritted her teeth. Teacher Chen, the guacamole shop owner asked, do you like him? Chen Feifei blushed slightly and said, I've only met him once. What's there to like? But he seems better than the last one, the middle-aged woman said with a smile. I'll make yours now. Chen Feifei looked up and asked, by the way, how are things going with your shop? We'll probably be closing in a couple of days, the middle-aged woman said with a sigh. It's hard to get anywhere without money these days. Chen Feifei gritted her teeth and said, those people are too much. What can we do? We're just small-time people with no money and no power. We tried to find a lawyer, but when they heard we wanted to sue the Yi family, they wouldn't take our case. We have no choice but to accept it, the middle-aged woman sighed. Chen Feifei pursed her lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't, only sighing along with her. On the other side, Yi Xian took the guacamole, took a bite, and grinned. Still the same taste, delicious. I feel like only Master Su could make it like this. He licked his lips contentedly. After a few bites, his phone suddenly rang. Yi Xian picked it up and saw it was a message from Red Rose. His heart stirred. Could it be that she had managed to lure out the leader of Red Lotus? He quickly answered the phone. Hello. Turn around. A sexy voice came from the phone. Yi Xian turned around and looked behind him. In the distance, a fiery red figure stood there. A red hip-hugging skirt revealed long legs and a perfect figure. Wherever she appeared, she always attracted the attention of all men. It was Red Rose. Yi Xian's expression shifted slightly. He walked over, his eyes sweeping up and down Red Rose's body. Were you following me? Even if I was, it's only because I crave your body. Red Rose chuckled, covering her mouth. Seeing the flicker of coldness in Yi Xian's eyes, Red Rose quickly said, you men really have no sense of romance. I just happen to be doing something here. Oh. Yi Xian lowered his guard and took a bite of the guacamole. What's up? Did that old man dare to show himself? It's quite difficult to lure him out. Red Rose shook her head. I just received a call that I think you'll be very interested in. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. In Red Lotus, the color of the rose determines the killer's rank. Yellow is the lowest, followed by blue, red, and gold. Besides that, there are a few top killers like us who don't have a fixed color, Red Rose explained. Yi Xian glanced at Red Rose's chest. There was a seductive rose there, very eye-catching. Red Rose noticed Yi Xian's expression and grinned. Pretty, isn't it? Want to feel how it feels? It's quite nice. After she finished speaking, she licked her lips, infinitely seductive. Yi Xian's heart trembled violently. He took a fierce bite of the guacamole, suppressing his impulse. This woman was dangerous. I'm afraid it's poisonous. I might die there, Yi Xian said while chewing. I know your Red Lotus ranking system. Why are you telling me this? Giving me a lesson? I just got a call. It was from Birdman, the #1 gold-ranked killer in Red Lotus, and number 19 on the underground killer rankings. He's driving to Linhai right now, Red Rose said, looking at Yi Xian. And? Does he have a mission in Linhai? Or did he sleep with you and not pay? Do you want me to help you chop him up? Yi Xian asked. TSK. Who do you think I am, Red Rose? I'm the one who pays others to sleep with me. Okay. No one's ever paid me. Red Rose gave Yi Xian a coquettish look. Then she chuckled and said, he has 2 things that you should be very interested in. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. What? 3 people and 2 knives, Red Rose said lightly. One is called Lin Qingxue, one is called by Lian Xiang, and the other is called Lin Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed. He instantly understood and looked at Red Rose. Are the two knives called Night Sky and Nameless? Those are artifacts in the top 10 of the underground weapons list, Red Rose said with a grin. The two knives that once belonged to Night Watchman Zero are now in our Red Lotus's hands. When will he arrive in Linhai? Yi Xian asked indifferently. Why? Do you want to save your ex-wife? Come to a hotel with me, and I'll tell you, Red Rose said with her red lips slightly parted, full of charm. My parents don't allow me to stay out overnight, Yi Xian said with a chuckle. Red Rose pouted. Then her face lit up with excitement. Oh, you man, you're a challenge. I like that. What a pervert, Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Before, on the subway, Red Rose had complained that he wasn't challenging enough. Now that he wasn't interested, she kept tempting him. He was truly speechless. I'll tell you when he arrives in Linhai, Red Rose said with a smile. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, Red Rose asked, Is your goal to retrieve your two knives or to save your ex-wife? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, As long as the result is the same. After speaking, without waiting for Red Rose to reply, he said, Well then, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Frankly, Red Rose was quite alluring, and she kept trying to seduce him. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, he might really lose control. Even if Red Rose didn't know his identity, it wouldn't matter. But now she did. Although they were nominally cooperating, Yi Xian still couldn't completely trust anyone from Red Lotus. Who knew if Red Rose was genuinely cooperating or actually planning to assassinate him? What if he succumbed to temptation and died in bed, only to yell poison down below before his last breath? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Without waiting for Red Rose to respond, he turned and left. Red Rose watched Yi Xian's retreating figure and grinned. Challenging. This excites me. She then licked her sexy red lips. After walking a distance, Yi Xian frowned deeply. He hadn't expected his two knives to still be at Lin Qingshua's house. For 3 years, he hadn't realized it. Firstly, Lin Yaowen's death had been sudden, and afterward, Yi Xian hadn't dared to touch anything in the house. He murmured, Consider it saving you one last time. Lin Yaowen saved my life. This time, I should have finally repaid everything. Beep, beep, beep. As he was thinking, Yi Xian's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Chun Meixian. Answering the call, Yi Xian said, Hello. Chun Meixian's voice came through the phone. Hello, Yi Xian. Are you free tonight? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. I've almost finished dealing with the company matters. So how about we meet up tonight? Chun Meixian said, I've finally found the time to treat you to dinner. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Do you have anything you want to eat? Chun Meixian asked. Any restaurant in Linhai? Don't worry about the price you choose. Hot pot? Yi Xian tentatively asked. Chun Meixian was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, Okay, then let's meet at 7 p.m. at the Hai Di Lao on Phoenix Road. No problem, Yi Xian nodded. Hanging up the phone, a smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. He had a good impression of Chun Meixian and her daughter. He looked at the time. It was only around 3 p.m., 4 hours before their appointment. Yi Xian finished his last bite of flatbread, then clapped his hands and ran into a nearby internet cafe. He played games until around 6:30 p.m., then got up and walked out of the internet cafe. As he walked out, someone was walking in. This person had a crew cut and was quite handsome. He was playing with his phone as he walked into the internet cafe. As Yi Xian passed by him, he was slightly surprised and took a second look at him. It wasn't because the man was handsome, but because Yi Xian sensed a hint of danger from him. Linhai truly has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, Yi Xian muttered, touching his nose. If he had seen Qingshu Logistics' employee roster for Linhai, he would have recognized this person. He was Wu Yao, the current head of Qingshu in Linhai. Wu Yao lived near this internet cafe. Yi Xian didn't know him, just glanced at him curiously. Wu Yao also glanced at Yi Xian, didn't pay much attention, and continued walking upstairs into the internet cafe. Reaching the counter, he took out his ID card and was about to swipe it when suddenly, Yi Xian's face flashed in his mind. Immediately after, a photo flickered in his mind. It's him, holy shit! Wu Yao roared, forgetting about swiping his card, and ran downstairs. When he reached the first floor, he saw Yi Xian getting into a taxi. "Hey, wait," he shouted. Yi Xian heard the shout, but he didn't know this person, so naturally, he didn't think Wu Yao was calling him. He gave the driver the address of Hai Di Lao on Phoenix Road, and the car drove away. Looking at the exhaust fumes, Wu Yao was stunned. He slapped himself hard on the face and roared, "Damn it, playing with my phone! Playing with my phone! I finally met him, and if I had brought him to my master, I would have been free." Wu Yao lost interest in going online. He put away his ID card and ran towards the nearby apartment complex. He ran all the way to his room. As soon as he entered, he saw a pretty girl with short hair sitting on the sofa. The coffee table was covered with snacks, and she was watching TV while eating. Seeing this, Wu Yao almost cried. He coughed and said, "Master, eat less. Girls will get fat if they eat like this. I've been eating like this for 3 years. Have you seen me get fat?" The girl looked at him and said calmly. Wu Yao had a mournful expression. "Yeah, you don't get fat, but you've eaten me into a pauper. Weren't you going online?" the girl asked, looking up. Wu Yao only then reacted. He quickly said, "Master, I saw that person." The girl put a piece of something into her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. "Someone from Red Lotus?" "No, the man in your photo, the one you were clinging to. I just saw him at the entrance of the internet cafe." Wu Yao quickly said. "What?" The girl suddenly stood up. "Where is he?" "He took a taxi and left," Wu Yao said with a wry smile. "When I saw him, I was playing with my phone. His hair had also grown longer, so I didn't pay much attention. By the time I reacted and went to find him, he was gone." The girl's face first showed disappointment. Then she stood up excitedly, her eyes red, and said, "I knew it. You couldn't be dead. You couldn't be dead." Yi Xian naturally didn't know that he had just missed the girl he was looking for. He took a taxi to the entrance of Hai Di Lao, which was bustling with people. When he arrived, he saw a girl with short hair, dressed in youthful clothes, standing prettily at the entrance. It was Chun Meishuan's daughter, Chun Shi. Seeing Yi Xian, a bright smile appeared on her face, and she quickly walked over and said, "You're here." This was the first time Yi Xian had spoken to her. Previously, Chun Meixian was always around, and she never spoke to Yi Xian. It seemed she was a bit afraid of her mother. "Yeah, this meal wasn't easy to come by," Yi Xian said, touching his nose. Chun Shi laughed, revealing 2 dimples. She said, "Let's go inside first. My mom is on her way. There's a bit of traffic." Yi Xian nodded. Inside, they originally wanted a private room, but were told there were none available. Helplessly, they chose a table in the main dining area. After sitting down, Chun Shi said, "Sorry, we should have treated you to dinner and apologized earlier, but my mom's company seems to have encountered some problems, so she's been very busy since she came back." Yi Xian nodded and said, "It's okay. Are you still studying?" "Studying painting." Chun Shi nodded slightly. "Yes, at Linhai Art Academy. I'm still in my 2nd year. Art Academy is good. I heard there are a lot of beautiful girls there." Yi Xian smiled subconsciously. After saying that, he regretted it a bit. But Chun Shi still honestly replied, "There are indeed quite a few beautiful girls in our academy. If you want to find a girlfriend, I can introduce you to some." "Hey, isn't this the beautiful Chun Shi?" At this moment, a voice sounded from not far away. When Chun Shi saw the person, her expression changed slightly, and a hint of disgust and fear appeared in her eyes. Yi Xian followed the sound, and his expression shifted slightly. The person speaking was actually Yi Huan. Yi Huan also noticed Yi Xian. His face darkened, and he said, "Why are you everywhere?" Yi Xian was speechless. What the other Yi Xian wanted to say was also what he wanted to say. Beside Yi Huan, Zhang Yu was also present, acting like a dog around these top, rich second-generation heirs of Linhai, and seemingly proud of it. With a smirk, he looked at Yi Xian disdainfully, then turned to Chun Shi and said, "Chun Shi, how do you know someone like this? This guy is a rapist, the date rape kind. You should stay away from him." Hearing this, Chun Shi's expression didn't change much. She just pursed her lips and said to Yi Huan and Zhang Yu, "It's none of your damn business who I eat with. Giving you friendly advice and you have such a temper. How ungrateful, Zhang Yu sighed. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. When Zhang Yu mentioned this, Chun Shi's face didn't show much fluctuation. Others, including Jiang Wanwan, would change their expressions and become unnatural when they heard people call him a rapist, and even wouldn't know how to interact with him for a short time. Chun Shi wasn't like that. It was as if she already knew. Don't always be so prickly when talking to me, Yi Huan said with a grin. After all, we almost got married. Why don't you reconsider? Look, I like you, and my dad likes your mom. Double happiness. Get lost. Chun Shi was clearly angry, her face flashing with fury as she shouted. Yi Xian frowned slightly and was about to speak when a cold voice rang out. Yi Huan, don't go too far. It was Chun Mei Xian, who had just walked in the door. She wore light makeup and a professional suit, mature and intellectual, with no visible signs of age on her face. She looked just over 30, carrying a bag, with a hint of coldness on her face. Yi Huan turned his head and looked at her, a trace of apprehension on his face, then chuckled and said, Aunt Chun, I'm just telling the truth. Look, you're raising Chun Shi alone. Although you don't lack money, it's not easy. Everyone knows my dad's feelings for you, and... He paused slightly and said, in this way, it can also solve your company's urgent needs. If you marry my dad, and Chun Shi and I have a relationship, we'll be a family. In business, naturally, there will be no distinction between you and me. Chun Mei Xian didn't bother with his nonsense and directly took out her phone. All right, I was wrong, okay? Yi Huan said quickly when he saw her take out her phone. Then, he looked at Yi Xian and said, Aunt Chun, let me remind you, this Yi Xian is the guy who drugged and raped by Xian 9 years ago. You'd better stay away from him. Yi Xian frowned, and Chun Mei Xian sneered. I know better than you what kind of person he is. Get out of here, or I'll call your dad right now. Yi Huan's face was a little ugly. He looked at Yi Xian, his eyes dark, and said, Yi Xian, very good. We have plenty of time. You're in Linhai. I'll play with you slowly. Yi Xian shrugged indifferently. Seeing his look, Yi Huan's face became even uglier. He glanced at Zhang Yu and said, Let's go. After they left, Chun Mei Xian sat down in front of Yi Xian and frowned. Yi Xian, you should stay away from that spoiled brat in the future. He's quite notorious in Linhai. Yi Xian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Since someone within the Yi family had targeted his father and was a key reason for his imprisonment, there was likely no way to reconcile with the Yi family. So whether Yi Huan provoked him or not wasn't that important. He might just teach Yi Huan a lesson along the way. What about you? Yi Xian asked. Yi Huan just mentioned that you have business competition with the Yi family. Chun Shi gritted her teeth and said, It's all because of Yi Huan and his father. Yi Huan is chasing me, and his dad is chasing my mom. We didn't agree, so they're putting pressure on us in this way. Yi Xian was stunned. What a bizarre father and son. But rich second-generation heirs like Yi Huan, when they see a beautiful woman, regardless of whether they can get her or not, they all want to try their luck. Chun Mei Xian glared at Chun Shi and said, Chun Shi, don't talk nonsense. Then she looked at Yi Xian and said, We're not talking about work today. We invited you to dinner mainly to thank you. You know about what happened to me 9 years ago? Yi Xian asked. Chun Mei Xian looked at Chun Shi again, and Chun Shi quickly shook her head. Mom, I didn't say anything this time. Yi Xian explained. I just saw Yi Huan mention it, and seeing that your reactions weren't significant, I guessed. Chun Mei Xian looked at Yi Xian in surprise, obviously not expecting him to be able to connect so much from these details. But she still nodded. We do know. Back at the airport, you said you were from Linhai and hadn't been back for several years. Chun Shi was a little curious about you and searched for your information online, finding the old news. She frowned and said, But I'm quite good at judging character. You were willing to help us strangers back then, so I don't think you're someone who could do such a thing. Of course, it's just my guess, and besides, it's been 9 years. I didn't take it to heart. Yi Xian was surprised. Since he returned to Linhai, everyone he met who knew about his past held prejudice against him. Chun Mei Xian and her daughter were the only ones, besides Jiang Wei, who didn't have any prejudice against him. In Yi Xian's heart, his favorable impression of the two increased once again. I was framed, Yi Xian added. I came back to Linhai this time to clear my name. I don't really care about it anymore, but I don't want my parents to be looked down upon by relatives and friends." Chun Meixian paused, pursed her red lips, and said, "I have some connections in Linhai. If you need my help, call me anytime." Yi Xian nodded. At the same time, in a certain office building in Linhai, a huge conference room was filled with 20 or 30 people. Zhou Rui was among them, but he sat relatively far back. At this moment, everyone in the conference room was a pillar of the Yi family or a senior executive in the Zhou family's businesses. In the main seat was an old man in a wheelchair, but even sitting there, he still exuded an air of authority. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, looking dignified and imposing. This was the current head of the Zhou family's businesses, and Zhou Rui's father, Zhou Xian. His gaze slowly swept over everyone, and he said, "Slam." He slammed a document onto the table, his eyes scanning everyone. "All of you think carefully. Recently, who exactly offended that bastard Lei Bin? And who offended the people at Xinhai Bank? Think about it. Now, all 5 of our major projects have been snatched by Hanyu Group. The prices they offered are completely unacceptable to us, and Xinhai Bank suddenly terminated all cooperation with us." He glared and roared. "Do you know how big this loss will be?" Below, Zhou Rui's face suddenly changed. This came too suddenly. Of course, he didn't think about how much damage this would bring to his family. He was thinking about whether his engagement banquet with Bai Yao tomorrow could still go smoothly given this huge change in the family business. As for the crisis the family was facing, he believed in the family's strength and that they would definitely overcome it. Naturally, he didn't realize that the one who brought such a huge crisis to his family was himself. "I asked someone inside Xinhai Bank." A person stood up and said, "The manager in charge of this matter at Xinhai Bank is named Zhou Cece. She just transferred from Jiangcheng. The one who proposed to terminate cooperation with us is a Xinhai Bank diamond card holder, but he didn't show up. We don't know who it is." Fu Shishi? How could it be her? Zhou Rui's face changed slightly when he heard this. Zhou Xian looked at him and asked, "Do you know her?" "She's Bai Yao's best friend," Zhou Rui said quickly. When Zhou Rui said these words, everyone in the conference room turned to look at him. Zhou Xian said, "So, Zhou Qianqian works in Jiangcheng." Then she suddenly came to Linhai, and immediately, representing a diamond card user of Xinhai Bank, she terminated their cooperation with us. His face darkened as he looked at Zhou Rui and asked, "Who on earth did you offend in Jiangcheng?" Zhou Rui's face became blank. In Jiangcheng, he was either with Bai Yao or out with Lan Xing chasing girls. He hadn't offended anyone. If offending Xian counted as offending someone, then he supposed he had. But a Xinhai Bank diamond card user? He didn't think Xian would have one. He'd looked into Xian. He was just a construction worker. Even later, when Jiang Jinan took a liking to him and gave him a job, he was still just an employee. How could he possibly have a Xinhai Bank diamond card? Even he didn't have such a card, and neither did the Zhou family. "I haven't offended anyone. At most, I offended Xian, the one from the Yi family, who, you know." Drugged by Xian, Zhou Rui said quickly. Zhou Xian frowned deeply. He knew about this person. Zhou Rui had mentioned him after returning, and they treated it as after-dinner gossip. He also knew that Xian came from a branch of the Yi family and couldn't possibly have something like a Xinhai Bank diamond card. He sighed slowly and said, "Think carefully. If you can't, then find that Zhou Qianqian and talk to her. Ask her who is targeting us. Money isn't an issue. If she can be bought, buy her." He then looked around at everyone and said, "Xinhai Bank terminating the cooperation might cause a temporary funding gap, but we should be able to fill it. The key issue is what's going on with Hanyu Group. These 5 projects are among our key projects this year. Hanyu Group's actions are like they're trying to destroy us. Even if they win these projects, they won't make any money. Think about it. Who offended Lei Bin?" Everyone was bewildered. After a while, the meeting ended without any conclusions. When almost everyone had left, Zhou Rui hurried over and asked, "Dad, what about my engagement party with Bai Yao tomorrow night?" Zhou Xian looked at him, frowned, and said, "We'll talk about it tomorrow." Zhou Rui's face suddenly changed, flickering between various emotions. Phoenix Road, Hai Di Lao. The hot pot was boiling. Yi Xian and Chun Meixian were chatting as he ate heartily, unconcerned with his image. After a while, Chun Shi, whether from the heat or something else, had a flushed face. She looked at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, you seem to be in good shape. Yi Xian looked at her in surprise, coughed, and said, Isn't it a bit inappropriate to say this in front of your mother? Chun Meixian blushed slightly at Yi Xian's words and glared at Chun Shi. Chun Shi blushed even more and quickly said, Don't misunderstand. I want to ask you to be a life model for me and my friend. Yi Xian. Chun Meixian's face relaxed a bit. She looked at Yi Xian and said, Why don't you consider it? Sure. Call me when you need me. I should be free. Yi Xian scratched his head. It's a deal then. I'll call you another day, Chun Shi said with a happy expression. Chun Meixian looked at Yi Xian and said, By the way, don't you have a job? Yi Xian froze. He suddenly thought of a problem. Now that he was back, Hanyu Group was his, but he couldn't tell his parents. He also couldn't tell his parents about being a night watchman. If his parents found out he was always wandering around, they would definitely say he was idle, and his aunt and the others would gossip about him. Then his parents would probably be looked down upon. It seemed he needed to get a position at Hanyu Group. I work at Hanyu Group, Yi Xian said with a smile. Chun Meixian looked at him in surprise. Hanyu Group? That's a big company. Just lucky, Yi Xian said with a smile. They didn't notice that while they were talking, not far away, Yi Huan was carrying a pitcher of juice. A sinister smile on his face, he walked past Yi Xian. As he passed, he pretended to stumble, falling towards Yi Xian. The juice in his pitcher splashed out, heading straight for Yi Xian. Careful, Chun Shi exclaimed. At that moment, Yi Xian, who was sitting, stood up with incredible speed and moved to the side. As he moved, he lightly hooked Yi Huan's leg with his foot. Yi Huan, who was pretending to fall, instantly lost his balance and fell towards a chair. Bang! His head slammed hard against the chair. The chair slid away, and he continued to fall to the ground. Crash! The glass pitcher of juice in his hand shattered, shards of glass embedding themselves in his right hand. Yi Huan landed face first on the floor. Ah! The pain in his hand made him cry out. Across from him, Chun Meixian and her daughter were stunned. They hadn't even seen how Yi Xian had left his seat. Oh dear, young Master Yi Huan? Are you all right? Seeing Yi Huan sprawled on the ground, his hand bleeding, Yi Xian squatted down and asked with feigned concern. Not far away, Zhang Yu, who had been watching the scene unfold, paled. He and Yi Huan had planned this. He knew Yi Huan wouldn't actually fall. He was just pretending to spill juice on Yi Xian. Now that he had fallen, it must have been Yi Xian's doing. He rushed over, helping Yi Huan up while cursing at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you fucking did this, didn't you? You dare hurt Yi Huan? You're finished. Around them, many diners looked over. Supported by Zhang Yu, Yi Huan slowly got up, looking utterly disheveled. Juice covered him, and several glass shards were embedded in his right hand. The intense pain contorted his face. He looked at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, you fucking tricked me? Yi Xian looked at him, smiled slightly, and said, What are you talking about? You fell down yourself. I dodged. How is that tricking you? You're the Yi family's young master. Who would dare do anything to you in Linhai? Zhang Yu panicked and quickly said, Bullshit. Huanji was just pretending to fall to splash you with juice. He couldn't have just fallen like that. He instantly regretted his words as the surrounding gazes turned strange. Oh, Yi Xian touched his nose. So you're saying that even if you pretend to fall, I'm not allowed to dodge and must let you pour juice on me? If I dodge, it's my fault, right? Does being rich mean you can do whatever you want? Some people in the crowd couldn't stand it anymore. That's too much. I've heard that the second young master of the Yi family is a spoiled brat. Seeing him today, it's really true. Shameless. Hearing the murmurs, Yi Huan's face turned green. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that he had fallen because Yi Xian had tripped him. The sharp pain in his hand made his face twist. He stared at Yi Xian, gritting his teeth. Yi Xian, I'll remember this. Yi Xian shrugged indifferently. Let me give you a piece of advice. Remember, don't court death, understand? Seeing Yi Xian's nonchalant attitude, Yi Huan trembled with rage. What happened? At that moment, a voice came from behind them. Yi Xian turned to see a beautiful woman in her 20s walk over. Seeing Yi Huan, concern filled her face. Yi Huan, what happened to your hand? As she spoke, she reached out to support him. At that moment, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. On the woman's wrist, he saw a tattoo of a red lotus. Looking at the tattoo on the woman's wrist, Yi Xian began to examine her appearance. She was about 30 years old, pretty, with a cold air about her. However, compared to a top-tier beauty like Jiang Wanwan, there was a visible difference. Her figure was slightly plump, a type many men preferred. Is Red Lotus planning to make a move on the Yi family? Yi Xian smiled faintly. He glanced at Yi Huan. Yi Huan was clearly unaware of all this, still chatting enthusiastically with the woman. He'd probably be sold and still help her count the money. Ouch, what happened to your hand? Who did this to you? The woman asked, practically clinging to Yi Huan. Yi Huan's face alternated between pale and flushed. The surrounding whispers made him lose face. He glared at Yi Xian and said, "Let's go, take me to the hospital." Zhang Yu quickly helped Yi Huan towards the door. Before leaving, he glared at Yi Xian and said, "You're finished." Yi Xian shrugged. What? Used to being Yi Huan's dog, planning to bite me to death. That's a bit harsh, handsome, the plump woman said, looking at Yi Xian. Yi Huan's hand throbbed with pain. Don't argue with him now. We'll settle this later. Take me to the hospital first. I can't stand the pain. Zhang Yu glared at Yi Xian again, and then helped Yi Huan out. The Heideleo staff were very efficient, quickly rushing over to clean up the mess. After they finished, Yi Xian sat down. Chunshi gave him a thumbs up. Yi Xian, nicely done. I've always hated Yi Huan, acting all high and mighty just because his family has some money. Beside him, Chun Meixian frowned. But Yi Xian, you've offended him. I'm afraid that in Linhai. Yi Xian waved his hand. I have to clear my name? I would have offended the Yi family sooner or later. It doesn't matter. Hearing this, Chun Meixian didn't say anything more. She appreciated Yi Xian helping her and was willing to associate with him, even offering help within her capabilities. However, she was still apprehensive about him completely offending the Yi family. After the meal, they said goodbye, and Yi Xian went straight home. He unlocked the door and walked inside to find several unexpected guests. His aunt, Chao Rong, his cousin Lu Yu, and an unfamiliar young man were sitting at the dining table, eating. Lu Yu was 5 years younger than Yi Xian. As a child, she'd followed him around, but now, her gaze held a hint of disdain. She glanced at him and continued eating. Yi Xian smiled wryly. Not everyone could be like Jiang Wei, completely unbiased towards him, even those once close. Have you eaten? Chao Yin asked as Yi Xian entered. Yi Xian nodded. Yes, I just finished eating with friends. Chao Rong frowned. Yi Xian, you've just been released, and you're never home. Don't go out and hang around with those shady people. I wasn't hanging around with shady people, Yi Xian said, touching his nose. I had a class reunion today, hanging out with old classmates. Chao Rong put down her bowl and frowned. Yi Xian, you're not young anymore. 27 now, right? Don't blame your aunt for being blunt, but you know your situation. Your classmates have families and successful careers. You committed rape, just got back, and have no job. You need to find a job quickly. What girl will want to be with you in the future? Your dad has a good salary, but he can't support you forever. I know what I'm doing. Yi Xian frowned. If you knew what you were doing, you wouldn't have committed that crime. Lu Yu snorted. Chao Rong coughed and then said to Yi Xian, that was a bit harsh, but it's for your own good. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Yu's boyfriend, Zhuahao. He's only 26 and started his own game company. He's already worth tens of millions. Yi Xian's heart stirred. He'd overheard Chao Rong saying she was coming to visit, but now it seemed she wasn't here to see him, but to show off her prospective son-in-law. Zhuahao nodded slightly at Yi Xian as a greeting, then said, Uncle Yi, besides accompanying Lu Yu to see you, I also wanted to discuss something with you. Yi Jing'an looked at Zhuahao. What is it? Well, I heard from Annie about Yi Xian's situation. It'll be difficult for him to find a job with his criminal record. The imprisoned for rape on his resume is unavoidable. Zhuo said. Yi Jingyan and Chao Yun exchanged glances. This was their biggest worry since Yi Xian's return. They thought he'd never be released, and now they worried about his job and marriage prospects. Such is the way of parents. I can hide Yi Xian's record at my company. It's my own company, so it's no problem, Zhuo said. And Annie will introduce him to a girl. Chao Rong nodded. Yes, a colleague of mine has a daughter. She's quite pretty. Although Yi Xian has some blemishes, brother-in-law's income is very high. So he's still a good catch. She's willing to meet Yi Xian and see. Yi Jingyan and his wife's eyes brightened. However, experienced as he was, Yi Jingyan asked Zhuo, "What do you need me to do?" "I want to develop a large-scale game and get investment from or collaborate with Hanya Group," Zhuo said calmly. Uncle Yi is the vice president of Hanya Group. After all, Yi Xian thought the owner of Hanya Group is right here. Yi Jingyan pursed his lips. Although I don't usually handle personnel matters at Hanya Group, Lei Bin and the others are quite polite to me. If what you say is true, I can bring this up to Mr. Lei. However, I can't guarantee they'll agree. Zhuo's eyes lit up. Chao Rong quickly said, "Yi Xian, what are you standing there for?" "Thanks, Zhuo." Yi Xian scoffed. Not only was he unwilling, but even if he were, it should be Zhuo thanking them. If they secured Hanya Group's investment, Yi Xian's salary would be insignificant. Yi Xian shook his head. "Forget it, Dad. You don't handle things at Hanya Group. No need to trouble yourself for me." Zhuo frowned. Beside him, Lu Yu's face darkened. She looked at Yi Xian. "Ungrateful. I have a job," Yi Xian said, touching his nose. "Oh." Lu Yu sneered. "Doing what? Construction work? Bouncer at a bar?" Yi Xian sighed. 9 years had passed, and the little girl who used to follow him around had grown up, her words sharp and barbed. He looked at Lu Yu calmly. "I work at Hanya Group." Everyone was stunned. After a brief moment, Chao Rong looked at Yi Jingyan and sneered. "Brother-in-law, that's a bit unfair. When I asked you to arrange for Lu Yu to work at Hanya Group, you refused, saying you had no influence. Now, your own son, with a rape conviction, can get in." Yi Jingyan looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. He was completely unaware of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so pleased when Zhuo offered Yi Xian a job. "Chao Rong, you can't say that. I really didn't know," Yi Jingyan quickly explained. He looked at Yi Xian suspiciously. "Really? What position?" This stumped Yi Xian. He'd never paid much attention to corporate titles. His businesses were managed by others. He was a hands-off boss. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian touched his nose and said, "Mr. Lei's assistant." Everyone froze again. After a brief shock, Lu Yu sneered. "Yi Xian, 9 years haven't changed you. You still love to brag. Who is Lei Bin? He'd take a rapist as his assistant?" While he didn't mind others calling him a rapist, hearing it from Lu Yu made him uncomfortable and annoyed. He shrugged. "Why don't you have my dad call and ask?" Hearing his words and looking at Yi Jingyan's bewildered face, Chao Rong's family all showed suspicious expressions. Yi Jingyan didn't seem to be acting, but rather completely unaware beforehand. Yi Jingyan gritted his teeth, then took out his phone, found Lei Bin's number, and dialed. Soon, the call connected, and Lei Bin's voice came from the phone. "Hello, Jingyan, what's up?" Lei Bin was 2 years older than Yi Jingyan. Yi Jingyan hurriedly said, "Mr. Lei, you know Yi Xian, right? He's working at our company now, as your assistant." Lei Bin was a veteran of both the business world and the battlefield. Yi Jingyan's words made him instantly guess that Yi Xian wanted to find a job to reassure his parents. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, he is my assistant now. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Should I adjust his position?" "Satisfied, satisfied," Yi Jingyan said, his voice slightly choked. "Thank you, Mr. Lei. Sincerely thank you." Beside him, Yi Xian said speechlessly, "What's there to thank for? The damn company is mine, okay?" After hanging up the phone, he looked at Chao Yun. Both husband and wife had ecstatic expressions on their faces. Yes, they had been worried that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to find a job. Now, not only had he found one, but it was at a large company like Hanya Group, and directly as Lei Bin's assistant. Working alongside such a top entrepreneur, the growth Yi Xian could achieve was obvious. This filled both husband and wife with excitement. In contrast, the expressions of Chao Rong, Lu Yu, and the third person became somewhat unpleasant. They found it hard to believe. Why would Hanyu Group, or rather Lei Bin, accept someone who had been in prison as his assistant? Seeing the joy on their faces, Yi Exin touched his nose. With this nominal job, he could finally completely reassure his parents. What's going on? How did you become Mr. Lei's assistant? Yi Jing'an asked. I went to the interview with Jiang Wei, and Mr. Lei happened to pass by. He thought I was a good fit, so he asked me to be his assistant. Yi Exin made up a random excuse. After hearing this, Chao Rong's face became a little uncomfortable. She looked at Yi Exin, then at Yi Jing'an and said, Well, brother-in-law, about Zhuahao's cooperation with your company. With all due respect, Yi Exin interrupted before Yi Jing'an could speak. Your company's scale is a bit small. Hanyu Group probably won't accept cooperation with your company. If they really want to invest, it would probably be an acquisition-type investment. At this time, Lu Yu sneered and said, He hasn't even gone to Hanyu Group yet, and he's talking about Hanyu Group like it's his own. No matter how small Zhuahao's company is, it's something he built up himself bit by bit. Yi Exin didn't bother arguing with him and calmly looked at Zhuahao and said, If you accept an acquisition, there might be something to talk about. Of course, the premise is that your game project is indeed something that interests Hanyu. If the game project can't pass Hanyu Group's evaluation, it's estimated that it will be difficult to get investment. Zhuahao frowned and looked at Yi Exin and said, So, you can make decisions for Hanyu Group now? Yi Exin shrugged his shoulders and said, Just a suggestion, whether you listen or not is your business. You can consider it me farting. You did fart, Lu Yu quickly said. Yi Exin frowned at her and then said, Mom and Dad, you stay with Annie and them. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Finished, without waiting for his parents' consent, he went directly to his room. Zhuahao and the others came only to ask his father for help, but they still acted superior, as if his family was taking advantage of them. Especially Lu Yu's hostility towards Yi Exin made him very uncomfortable, and he didn't want to waste any more words with them. Seeing Yi Exin ignore them and return to his room, Chao Rong sneered and said, Sigh, he really has been in prison for so many years. He doesn't understand any rules. Yi Jing'an frowned and said, Can you stop bringing up prison and criminal all the time? Seeing that Yi Jing'an seemed a little angry, Chao Rong-sisan smiled awkwardly and didn't speak. Yi Exin lay on his bed and took out his phone to play. After dinner, Chao Rong's family left. When they were leaving, Yi Exin's mother kept asking Chao Rong about the girl, seemingly anxious for Yi Exin to get married. This made Yi Exin, who heard it from his room, feel extremely annoyed. He played on his phone until past 11. Then Yi Exin fell into a deep sleep. In another part of Linhai, in a villa, Yi Yunxing held a briefcase and rang the doorbell at the villa's entrance. Soon, a somewhat impatient voice called out, Coming, coming! Soon, the door opened, and a middle-aged man in a bathrobe stood at the door. Seeing Yi Yunxing, a look of impatience flashed across his face as he said, What's the matter? Yi Yunxing was about to speak. The middle-aged man impatiently waved his hand and said, This family business assessment, you handle it yourself. Don't think about coming to me for help every time. Damn it, back when the company was in Yi Jing'an's hands, it was thriving, developing towards a first-class company. In your hands, within 3 years, you've almost ruined it. Master Hung, Yi Yunxing hurriedly said, I'll handle the assessment myself. Then what are you doing here? The middle-aged man frowned and asked. Yi Exin is back. Yi Yunxing quickly said. The middle-aged man froze for a moment, then said impatiently, So he's back, what waves can he make? After all, I was the one who suggested to the family to kick them out. I'm afraid he'll take revenge on me. I ran into him the other day, and his look was so scary. Yi Yunxing said, It's made me stay in a hotel these past few days, and I've sent my wife and children back to our hometown. I just haven't felt at ease. The middle-aged man said speechlessly, That's your business, don't bother me. After all, it was Master Hung who told me to make that suggestion to the family, so I... Yi Yunxing frowned and asked. Just then, a sweet voice came from inside the house. Honey, What are you doing? I've been waiting for you in bed for a long time. The middle-aged man frowned, then looked at Yi Yunsheng and said, "Umph, what waves can a jail dog make? If he dares to look for you, just find someone to beat him to death. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. If you're really scared, just say it was me who told you to make the suggestion." After finishing, his eyes turned cold as he said, "Besides this, if you dare to say a word about anything else, I'll kill you." Yi Yunqing's body trembled and he said, "I only know this much. I don't know anything else." "Good that you understand." The middle-aged man finished and slammed the door shut. Meanwhile, on the other side of Linhai, Bai Yao was lying in her bed, looking at a message in her hand, her face filled with disbelief. Tomorrow's engagement banquet for Bai Yao is canceled. The specific date will be announced later. It was a message from their family's WeChat group. It's really canceled. Bai Yao's face was full of shock. The image of Yi Xin appeared in her mind. She didn't know how Yi Xin did it, but she knew very well that all of this was directly related to him. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, around 9 in the morning, Yi Xin finally woke up. He stretched, reached for his phone on the bedside table. Picking it up, he found 2 messages. One was from Bai Yao. "The engagement banquet has been canceled. Thank you." Yi Xin smiled and swiped past the message. The second message was from Red Rose. "Birdman has arrived in Linhai with Lin Qingxue and the other 2. The address is 79 Wuqing Road, a courtyard house." Seeing this message, the corners of Yi Xin's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of excitement. Seeing this message, Yi Xin's eyes flickered slightly. He hesitated. He didn't know if Red Rose was deceiving him. In fact, even now, he didn't completely trust Red Rose. It was entirely possible that Red Rose had discovered him and wanted to eliminate him by feigning cooperation. And this place might be a trap set by Red Rose for him to fall into. Yi Xin hesitated for a moment, but still chose to go. He had to get those 2 knives back. As for Lin Qingxue, Bai Lianxiang, and the third person, if he could save them, he would, even if they had treated him poorly for the past 3 years. Lin Yaowen had saved his life once, and he had to repay that debt. He got up and washed up briefly, while the image of the Red Lotus assassin called Birdman began to surface in his mind. Number 19 on the underground assassin rankings, Birdman. He was called Birdman because he liked to raise birds. Whenever he appeared, he always had a bird cage with him, and upon completing an assassination mission, he would leave a bird at the scene. So in Yi Xin's view, those on the underground assassin rankings were all perverts, somewhat obsessive. For example, Red Rose had a somewhat chaotic private life. The more a man rejected her, the more she wanted him, and she found excitement in this. Birdman was the same, including the legendary number 1 assassin on the rankings. They all had some special quirks. After saying goodbye to his parents, Yi Xin left home lightly. Downstairs, he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello." On the other end of the phone, Zhiqiu answered. "What's wrong?" "Birdman kidnapped my ex-wife and the others, and my 2 knives fell into his hands. I'm going to retrieve them now." Yi Xin said, "Red Rose told me the address. I'm worried it's a trap. Contact the night watch in Linhai. The address is 79 Wuqing Road. If I don't come out by 11 o'clock, have them break in. If I come out, have them go in and clean up." Zhiqiu's expression shifted slightly. "Don't be impulsive. Red Rose is very likely feigning cooperation with you. If this is a trap they set, If it's a trap they set, I'll just take them all out in one go." Yi Xin licked his lips. "So I forget it. I can't persuade you. If there's danger, remember to retreat immediately, and then we'll make further plans," Zhiqiu said. Yi Xin nodded and hung up the phone. He smiled and said, "Sai, I didn't want to have any contact with that family anymore, but I didn't expect to be involved with them in the end." He shook his head and walked towards the entrance. Just as he reached the entrance of the complex, his brow furrowed slightly. He noticed several people looking at him. Yi Xin glanced at them, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He saw a car parked not far away, and through the windshield, he saw Zhang Yu sitting inside. "It seems Yi Huan hasn't learned his lesson yet. He's even started blocking the entrance to my complex." Yi Xin touched his nose. If he didn't have something to do, he wouldn't mind playing with these people for a bit. He glanced at them and quickened his pace. Those people quickly followed, but how could they keep up with Exin? After a few minutes, Exin shook them off, hailed a taxi, and headed towards his destination. In Linhai, at Zhou Cici's house, the three girls, Jiang Wanwan, Qin Xiaowei, and Zhou Cici, were sitting on the sofa. Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up. Bai Yao and Zhou Rui's engagement party has been postponed? Qin Xiaowei smiled and said, I really hope it's canceled altogether. Someone like Zhou Rui doesn't deserve Bai Yao. Beside them, Zhou Cici just smiled faintly. She knew very well that all of this had a direct connection to Exin. But since Exin didn't want others to know, she didn't reveal it. At this moment, Zhou Cici's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, her brow furrowed slightly. It was Zhou Rui calling. In fact, Zhou Rui had been calling her since last night, but she hadn't answered. Seeing the incoming call, she smiled wryly and answered the phone. As soon as she answered, Zhou Rui sneered. Zhou Cici, you're quite impressive now, aren't you? You don't even answer my calls. You should know, this is Linhai. Your parents are also in Linhai. Zhou Cici frowned. Zhou Rui sounded impatient. Who is it that's going after my family? This involves client confidentiality. I can't tell you. Zhou Cici pursed her lips. Is that so? Zhou Rui sneered. Very tough, huh? I hope you can be this tough when something happens to your parents. Zhou Cici's expression changed slightly. Still not willing to talk? Zhou Rui said coldly on the other end of the phone. Fine, Zhou Cici. Just you wait and see. After saying that, he hung up directly. Zhou Cici's face was instantly filled with worry. Jiang Wanwan noticed the change in her expression and quickly asked, Cici, what's wrong? Nothing. Zhou Cici composed herself and said with a smile, Where are we going to play today? Jiang Wanwan pouted. Let's get ready and call Exin. Let him treat us to lunch and then treat us to some fun in the afternoon. That guy's loaded. We need to take advantage of him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cici and Qin Xiaowei's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. Sigh. What is that guy's background anyway? He's becoming more and more mysterious. I can't understand him at all. She muttered. Her words received agreement from Zhou Cici and Qin Xiaowei. In fact, they were also very curious about Exin. On the other side, Exin's car stopped on Wuqing Road. Wuqing Road, in Linhai, was considered a sparsely populated suburb. The buildings here were mostly low-rise, either villas or courtyard houses. Although it was a suburb, the prices were quite high. Of course, for a Red Lotus gold medal assassin, owning a residence here was quite simple. With his hands in his pockets, Exin swaggered towards Wuqing Road. Soon, he noticed number 79. It was a courtyard house, and the gate was currently closed. Exin walked directly to the entrance and knocked on the door. Coming. A slightly melodious voice came from inside the courtyard. Soon, with a creak, the door opened. A slightly plump woman came out from behind the door. The moment she saw Exin, she frowned. It's you. Exin was slightly surprised. This woman was the one who had been with Huan last night. Of course, he wasn't surprised by her presence here. After all, there was a Red Lotus gold medal assassin inside this house. If I remember correctly, your name is Exin, right? The plump woman looked at Exin, a faint smile playing on her lips. Yesterday, Huan was still saying that he wanted to teach you a lesson, to make your life a living hell in Linhai. She then frowned and said, What are you doing here? Exin looked up, a bright smile on his face. I just dropped something in your yard. I'm here to look for it. There's nothing of yours here. The plump woman said, as she was about to close the door. I saw it fall in. You have to let me in to look for it. Exin said. As he spoke, a scream suddenly came from inside the courtyard. Exin was very familiar with this voice. It was by Lianxiang's scream. That high-pitched tone had frequently rung in Exin's ears for the past 3 years. Kid, the plump woman looked at Exin. If you don't leave, I'll call Huan. You just heard him yesterday. If he knows you're here, he'll beat you to death. Exin showed no intention of leaving and said calmly, I dropped 2 knives, one called Sky Piercer, the other nameless. Oh? The plump woman's expression changed slightly, and then her pupils rapidly dilated. looking at Yi Exin in shock. You're a knight. Night Watchman Zero. The moment her voice fell, she discovered that Yi Exion's smile was approaching from afar, and almost instantly, he was right in front of her. Inside a room in a courtyard house, Lin Qingxue and two other girls huddled together, their hair disheveled and faces filled with terror. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In front of them, on the floor, sat a birdcage. An unidentifiable bird with damaged wings chirped inside, the sound chilling in the current atmosphere. Beside the cage, a middle-aged man in a long coat held a blade over 4 feet long. The wickedly sharp edge, pointed downwards, reflected a captivating gleam. Nameless, the man grinned. Do you know how this blade got its name? He looked at the three girls. More than a day had passed, enough time to scar Lin Qingxue and the others for life. Every smile from this man sent shivers down their spines. Every moment they were shrouded in fear, feeling that the next second, this pervert would kill them. Not answering me? The man's smile widened. Then let me tell you, it's because the previous owner rarely unsheathed it. And when he did, it was always against formidable opponents. This blade doesn't cut down nameless nobodies. Hence the name. As he spoke, he slowly angled the blade, the tip pointing towards Bai Lianxiang's neck. Bai Lianxiang felt her scalp prickle. She couldn't help but scream, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! We really have nothing to do with the XIN anymore. We just wanted to sell the blade for money. I'm telling the truth. Really." The man chuckled, then said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Weren't you saying on the way here that you hated Yi Xin? When he finds us, I'll help you kill him. You should be happy about that, right?" The three girls didn't dare to speak, only trembling in the corner. Tears streamed down Lin Qingxue's face. Since divorcing Yi Xin, she felt like she'd been cursed with bad luck. Before, when she was with Yi Xin, although they weren't rich, they had enough to eat and wear. A combined income of nearly 20,000 a month was a decent life in Jiangqing. But since the divorce, bad things had happened one after another. The loser Yi Xin suddenly transformed into a rich man, and the rich second generation she was seeing broke up with her. And now, her life was in danger. Don't worry, you won't die. After all, these two girls are quite pretty. After I deal with Yi Xin, I'll send you to Sin City. The people there love fresh goods like you. He licked his lips and squatted down to tease the bird. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He looked towards the door, a smile spreading across his face. He's here! Bang! In the next instant, a figure flew in from outside, the door splintering as it crashed to the ground. It was the voluptuous woman from the entrance. She landed on the floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Lin Qingxue and the others screamed again. Yi Xin, arms crossed, walked through the doorway. He squinted, his gaze sweeping over the three girls, then landing on the man, and then on the long blade in his hand. His brow furrowed. Worthy of the former night, Watchman Zero. I gave you 3 days, but I didn't expect you to find me so soon after I arrived in Linhai. The man stood up, sheathed his blade, and picked up the birdcage. Yi Xin touched his nose, glanced at him disdainfully, and asked indifferently, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" In the corner, seeing Yi Xion's familiar figure at the door, the three women felt a flicker of hope. Tears flowed freely from Lin Qingxue's eyes, and Bai Lianxiang, forgetting that this was the son-in-law she had despised and abused for 3 years, screamed, "Yi Xin, help! Save us!" Yi Xin frowned, glanced at them, and then returned his gaze to the man. Clap, clap, clap. The man applauded. Indeed, worthy of the former night, Watchman Zero. Confident, arrogant, he narrowed his eyes. Have you ever wondered why I, ranked 19th on the assassin leaderboard, dared to provoke you, dared to let you come here? Yi Xin touched his nose. Not interested. Without another word, he shot forward like an arrow, his right fist clenched, veins bulging, aimed directly at the man's head. Against the Red Lotus, Yi Xin showed no mercy. The man's expression changed drastically. He pushed off the ground, trying to escape. Bang! Yi Xion's foot connected, sending the man crashing into a pillar and then to the floor. An instant takedown. The man coughed up blood, climbed to his feet, and said with a grimace, "No wonder the leader didn't dare to show himself. You truly are worthy of being Night Watchman Zero." He yelled towards the outside, "Red Rose, time to show yourself." Yi Xion's expression shifted slightly. The sound of high heels clicking approached. Click, click, click. A fiery red figure appeared at the door. She had a seductive figure and a stunningly beautiful face. Leaning against the wall, she chuckled at the man. My, look how pathetic you are." The man's face changed slightly. "Why are you alone? Where are the others?" "I dismissed them," Red Rose said, covering her mouth with a laugh. The man's face paled. "Are you crazy? We're dealing with the former Night Watchman Zero." Red Rose's smile became even more enchanting. She looked at the man with amusement. "Silly, haven't you figured it out yet? He and I are on the same side." The man froze, his mind reeling. Suddenly, many things became clear. Why had Yi Xian shown up so quickly after he arrived in Linhai last night? It was obvious now that Red Rose had betrayed him. Yi Xian glanced at Red Rose, his wariness easing slightly. He had been worried that this was a trap set by Red Rose and the Red Lotus. But now, it seemed his worries were unfounded. "Red Rose, are you insane? The leader won't let you get away with this." Sweat dripped down the man's forehead. "That old geezer, Helan Tian, doesn't even dare to show his face. He just hides in the shadows. Why should I be afraid of him?" Red Rose retorted. "Then they won't let you off," the man said again. Yi Xian sighed, tired of the man's rambling. He charged forward again, and as he passed the table in the middle of the room, he swept his hand across it, drawing the shorter of the two blades. Clang! The blade flashed, slicing across the man's throat. Blood spurted from his neck. "Ah!" Bai Lianxiang and the other two women had never witnessed such a scene before. The man they had treated like a servant for 3 years, allowing themselves to abuse and berate him, had just killed someone right in front of them. In this seemingly peaceful era, they had only seen murder on television. When it happened in reality, coupled with the day's tension, they couldn't handle the shock, their minds collapsing. The man slumped to the ground. The bird in the cage flapped its wings frantically. Ignoring them, Yi Xian sheathed the blade and looked at Red Rose. "Leave now. The night watchmen are coming." Inside the room, after a brief scream, Bai Lianxiang and the other two trembled even more violently. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Yi Xian. This was murder. Murder that happened right before their eyes. At this moment, in their eyes, Yi Xian was completely different from the person they knew. They knew Yi Xian as a cowardly man, subservient to them, not even daring to speak loudly. Even after he became rich, he was at most a little tougher on them. But in that instant just now, Yi Xian's actions were decisive, his eyes cold. After killing the man, he was incredibly calm, clearly indicating this wasn't his first time doing something like this. Thinking about the past, all three of them couldn't help but tremble, fearing that Yi Xian would turn the knife on them next. Clearly, they were overthinking. Yi Xian wasn't interested. He simply looked at Red Rose. With a hint of admiration in her beautiful eyes, Red Rose said, "TSA, worthy of the former Night Watchman Zero. Even though I saw you take action 3 years ago, seeing it again is still amazing. In that battle 3 years ago, 3 of the top 10 Night Watchmen were lost, 1 died on the spot, and 2 went missing. Red Rose was also a participant in that battle. At that time, the Red Lotus almost went all out. But even so, they only managed to make Yi Xian and number 2 disappear." Yi Xian smiled and looked at Red Rose, saying, "You should leave first. The Night Watchmen are coming." Red Rose pursed her lips and looked at Lin Qingxue and the others, asking, "What about your ex-wife and her family? I guarantee they'll go to the police the moment they leave." "That's my business," Yi Xian said indifferently. "All right," Red Rose grinned. "I'll continue to try and lure out Helan Tian. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news." After speaking, she turned around, swaying her hips, leaving a captivating figure for Yi Xian and the other 3. Yi Xian checked the time. There were still more than 20 minutes until his 11 o'clock appointment with Shichuyu. He exhaled and sat down at the table. He glanced at the trembling Lin Qingxue and the other two, but didn't speak or leave. He just held the two knives, a hint of nostalgia on his face. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't intend to retaliate against them, Lin Qingxue and the others gradually calmed down. Yi Xian. After a while, Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth and mustered the courage to speak. Who are you really? Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at her, but said nothing. The aftermath, not just the body disposal, but also the handling of Lin Qingxue and the other two, he would leave to the night watchmen who were coming soon. They would find a way to stabilize their emotions and also find a way to make them keep their mouths shut, just like what he did with Jiang Jinan, whom he rescued before. You came to save us, right? Lin Qingxue asked again. Yi Xian put down the knives, looked at the three of them, and then calmly said, You could say that. Uncle Lin saved my life once. I don't like owing people favors. Now, I've paid him back completely. Lin Xian huddled in Lin Qingxue's arms, her hair a mess. Beside her, Bai Lianxiang glared at Yi Xian, gnashing her teeth. She still felt that everything that happened today was because of Yi Xian. However, she didn't dare to speak harshly to Yi Xian like before. The scene of Yi Xian killing someone just now was like watching a martial arts movie. It was too terrifying for her. Lin Qingxue wanted to ask many questions, such as who Yi Xian really was, why he appeared in Jiangcheng, and also whether they could still get back together. But for a moment, her mind was too jumbled, and she didn't know where to start. Moreover, Yi Xian showed no intention of talking to them, just sitting there, seemingly waiting for something. Can we leave? After a while, Lin Xian asked weakly. This was completely different from before. Before, she always looked down on Yi Xian, always with a look of disdain and an expression of contempt. Not yet, Yi Xian said calmly, without looking at them. Now that this debt was paid, he was finally completely free from this family. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a burst of footsteps sounded from outside the door. Yi Xian checked the time. They were about 15 minutes earlier than he expected. Then, a group of about a dozen people rushed into the courtyard and headed straight towards them. They were all dressed in ordinary clothes. The leader was a middle-aged man in a suit. He walked into the room, saw the voluptuous woman and Birdman lying on the ground and frowned. Why did you kill them all again? Couldn't you have left one alive? Yi Xian looked at him. After finishing his sentence, the man smiled again, walked up to Yi Xian, and gave him a big hug. Brother! Yi Xian also smiled. Captain! Yes, this person was his former captain, Qin Guosheng, night watchman number 13. Qin Guosheng released Yi Xian and then frowned. These three are your ex-wife, ex-mother-in-law, and sister-in-law? Yi Xian gave a wry smile. It seems doctors have told you everything. Hey, everyone in the night watch is going crazy, saying that this mother and daughter are blind, losing such a golden son-in-law like you. Qin Guosheng chuckled. At the same time, he looked at Bai Lianxiang, Lin Qingxue, and Lin Xian, and said cheerfully, Ladies, do you know this young man's wealth and abilities? He's one of the most capable people in the world. Of course, he used to follow me. I trained him. Yi Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. His captain was good in every way, except that he was talkative, had a big mouth, and liked to brag. He frowned and said, I'll leave the cleaning up to you. Saying that, he threw the two knives directly to Qin Guosheng. Take these two knives back. I'll use them when I come back. Qin Guosheng put the knives away and nodded. All right. Yi Xian took one last look at Bai Lianxiang, Lin Qingxue, and Lin Xian, and turned to leave the courtyard. After leaving the courtyard, he felt much lighter. Not long after he went out, his phone rang again. He picked it up and saw it was a video call from Jiang Wanwan. He answered the call, and three beautiful girls appeared on the screen. Hey, hey, hey. Jiang Wanwan looked at Yi Xian and said with a grin. Something up? Yi Xian asked. Look at what you're saying. It's your honor that three beautiful ladies are calling you, okay? Jiang Wanwan pouted and then said with a grin. Now's your chance to treat us to dinner. Yi Xian was speechless and rolled his eyes. What do you want to eat? Anything's fine, I don't mind, Jiang Wanwan said. Zhou Cici's eyes suddenly lit up. I know a place that serves rabbit. It's delicious. Okay, send me the address, Yi Xian said. After hanging up, Zhou Cece quickly sent him an address. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. The address Zhou Cece sent was actually next to Lin Hai No, one middle school. He hailed a cab and headed towards Lin Hai No, one middle school. Half an hour later, at the gate of Lin Hai No, one middle school, he successfully met Jiang Wanwan and the other two. Jiang Wanwan looked at Yi Xian and said with a grin, "I have good news for you. Bai Yao and Zhou Rui's engagement party has been postponed." Yi Xian had already guessed this outcome. He looked at Jiang Wanwan and said, "Then why aren't you going back to Jiangxing? What are you still doing here?" Zhou Cece smiled, while Jiang Wanwan and Qin Xiaowei were stunned. Then Jiang Wanwan glared and said, "Do you even know how to talk?" Then she grinned and said, "I already told my dad that we're going to play for a while longer. Xiaowei's internet cafe is closed recently, and we sisters have plenty of time to play. Got a problem with that. Being rich is so great." He coughed and said, "Let's go eat." "Oh?" At this moment, he saw a large crowd gathered not far away, and loud arguments could be heard. That location was the guacamole shop that had been open at the entrance of Lin Hai No, one middle school for many years. "What's going on over there?" Yi Xian frowned and asked. "I don't know. There were already a lot of people gathered when we arrived. I thought they were queuing up to buy food," Zhou Cece said. Yi Xian looked over, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In the crowd, he saw a very familiar person, Yi Yunsheng, who had disappeared for several days. On a street near the sea, an SUV was slowly moving forward. In the front, a young man was driving, his mouth twitching constantly. In the passenger seat, Qin Guosheng was sitting there, talking nonstop. In the back, Lin Qingxue and two others were sitting. At this moment, they weren't very calm because what Qin Guosheng had just told them was completely beyond their comprehension. Something about night watchmen, a mysterious organization, guardians of the peace of this world. Something about Yi Xian being the most powerful person in the world, with immeasurable wealth, and the richest man in Jiangxing not even qualified to kiss Yi Xian's boots. This series of statements had a huge impact on them. Yi Xian had just revealed his abilities in front of them, so his night watchman identity couldn't be hidden anymore. Qin Guosheng simply laid everything out and then asked them to keep the secret, just like Jiang Zhenan before. So Qin Guosheng told the three of them about Yi Xian's identity and the existence of the night watchman. At this moment, he was still talking nonstop. "Yi Xian is really awesome. He was the strongest person in our night watchman before, you understand? That is, within our night watchman, no one could beat him. This kid is a ruthless one, the kind who gets the job done without much talking." Qin Guosheng said, "You've seen these two knives, right? You actually tried to sell them? These two knives are in the top 10 of the weapon rankings. Their value can't be measured by money. Speaking of these two knives, I suddenly remembered, during a mission in Yanjing, in the wee hours of the night, Yi Xian and I were together. He held these two knives, raised and dropped, and slashed through 8 streets. That battle, TSK. Qin Guosheng said, his face full of reminiscence. The driver couldn't help but ask, "Captain, I've heard about that battle. I didn't expect it was you and Zero together." Qin Guosheng coughed dryly and said, "I was mainly in charge of commanding. You know, I'm a person who fights with my brain. The main fighting was done by him, and number 2. The driver couldn't help but roll his eyes. In the back, Bai Lianxiang asked, then Yi Xian, "Is he really rich?" "Money," Qin Guosheng said disdainfully. "How can I describe it to you?" Yi Xian once saved a big capital family behind Xinhai Bank from an extremely dangerous person. That is, the real owner behind Xinhai Bank. These people are hidden behind the scenes. The media will never expose them. His money is immeasurable. After saving them, the owner gave Yi Xian a bank card and promised that Xinhai Bank's funds could be used by Yi Xian at will. Qin Guosheng said lightly, "Of course, for Yi Xian, his own industries are hard to say. For example, he has a 70% stake in Hanyu Group in Linhai, which is worth at least hundreds of billions, right? And he has shares in many large companies. How many exactly? I guess he doesn't even know himself. Anyway, he's just very, very, very rich." Bai Lianxiang, Lin Qingxue, and the other woman looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with regret. For them, They didn't have much experience, and they didn't have a concept of how powerful Qin Guosheng was describing Yi Xin to be. What they valued was still money. For money, they could divorce Yi Xin, and Lin Qingxue could find a rich second generation. For money, after Han Shuo dumped Lin Qingxue, she could shamelessly beg for reconciliation, and by Lian Xiang could shamelessly make a scene at Shengshi Company. However, Shengshi Company was just a drop in the bucket for Yi Xin. They thought of what Yi Xin had said the last time he met them in Jiangcheng. If only you had treated me a little better, I would have given you Shengshi Company. And their behavior during the last 3 years, especially at the time of the divorce, was too much. They had missed the opportunity to become rich overnight. TSK, now you regret it? Qin Guosheng chuckled. Yi Xin naturally didn't know that Qin Guosheng was bragging. Of course, it wouldn't matter even if he did. At this moment, he was squinting at Yi Yunsheng in the distance. You guys go to the shop and wait for me. I'll go over there and take a look, Yi Xin said to Jiang Wanwan and the others. Zhou Qianqian and the other two nodded. As they left, Yi Xin noticed something was off with Zhou Qianqian's expression, a very subtle change, as if she was deliberately hiding something. She seemed to have something on her mind. I'll find some time to ask her later. Yi Xin looked at the backs of the 3 girls, touched his nose, and then turned around and walked towards the Guokue shop. When he reached the entrance, he heard a noisy commotion. A slightly angry voice said, Yi Yunsheng, don't go too far. How am I going too far? This place is yours? My friend and I are tired from walking. Can't we stand here for a while? Yi Yunsheng, dressed in a suit and tie, with a briefcase under his arm, bounced his leg and shrugged indifferently. After Yi Xin got closer, he discovered that there was actually a familiar face in the crowd. Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji was in the crowd, looking ahead and saying, Fei Fei, get back together with me, and I'll help you keep the shop. How about it? You know I still love you. Get lost, you scumbag. The voice inside rang out again. Obviously, the person speaking inside was probably Chen Feifei. Yi Xin stood outside and listened for a while. He roughly understood what was going on. Guokei, this kind of snack, wasn't very famous, but this one at the entrance of Linhai No. One middle school was quite well known. Their prices weren't high, and the taste was very good. And Yi Yunsheng, the company he ran, had set up a snack street. This snack street was the first project he started after taking over Yi Jingen's company. However, the business was quite bleak. The snack street had very low foot traffic, and many businesses were unwilling to go there. Then, he set his sights on this Guokue shop, offering to buy their secret recipe, but at an extremely low price. This was the shop's livelihood. They might not even sell it at a high price, let alone the ridiculously low price Yi Yunsheng offered. They were naturally unwilling to sell. Then Yi Yunsheng suggested they move their shop to the snack street to bring in some popularity, but the rent there was 4 or 5 times higher than their current shop. The owner of the Guokue shop was naturally unwilling. Then Yi Yunsheng called a group of people to block the entrance every day. They didn't cause trouble, but they wouldn't let anyone buy anything either. After figuring out the cause and effect, the coldness in Yi Xion's eyes towards Yi Yunsheng deepened. As for Zhou Ji, he shamelessly came to beg Chen Feifei to get back together with him, and happened to encounter this matter. Yi Yunsheng shrugged indifferently and said, It doesn't matter if you don't give me the secret recipe. Anyway, our company has plenty of idle people. I'll let them block your place every day. I'll see how you do business. Inside the shop, a middle-aged couple sighed, and Chen Feifei in front shouted with a flushed face, Yi Yunsheng, don't go too far. What did I do? If you think I did something illegal, go sue me, Yi Yunsheng said with a rogue-like attitude. Beside him, Zhou Ji also chimed in. Feifei, as long as you get back together with me, I guarantee I'll help you solve this, mister. You will still give me some face. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Chen Feifei ignored him and continued. Go ahead and call, Yi Yunsheng said. After the police leave, I'll come back and continue blocking the place. Chen Feifei's face changed slightly. She felt helpless facing this rogue, and her eyes reddened. Teacher Chen. At this moment, the middle-aged woman inside smiled bitterly and said, Teacher Chen, don't bother, we can't fight them. We might as well close the door another day and open another one in a different city. Her voice was helpless and unwilling. Yi Yunsheng, do the Yi family know you're doing this? At this moment, Yi Xin, who was behind the crowd, suddenly spoke. When the voice sounded, everyone looked over. The moment they saw Yi Xin, everyone's eyes paused slightly. Zhou Ji frowned and said, "Why are you everywhere?" Yi Xin ignored him and walked up to Chen Feifei. At this moment, Chen Feifei's eyes were red, and she looked helpless. She looked at Yi Xin with red eyes, as if she was asking for help. Yi Xin looked at her and asked, "Do you know what the best way to deal with a rogue is?" Chen Feifei shook her head. Yi Xin looked at Yi Yunsheng beside him, then raised his fist and said, "Naturally, it's to beat him up." "Of course, beat him up." Yi Xin looked at Yi Yunsheng, a smile appearing on his face. Yi Yunsheng's expression changed drastically upon hearing Yi Xin's words. However, thinking of the number of people around him, he sneered and said to Yi Xin, "I'd like to see how you're going to beat me up. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll send you back to prison." Inside the shop, the middle-aged couple hurriedly said, "Young man, these people are from the Yi family. We appreciate your kindness, but let's not provoke them. We can't afford to offend them." Chen Feifei also wiped her eyes and tugged on Yi Xin's arm. "Yi Xin, don't do it. This kind of scoundrel will extort you to death." Yi Yunsheng looked at Yi Xin. The day Yi Xin returned, he had indeed been frightened by Yi Xin's gaze. After all, he had a guilty conscience and was afraid of Yi Xin's revenge, which had made him anxious for the past few days, even afraid to go home. Last night, he went to see Yi Heng, the person who had previously asked him to make suggestions to the family. Yi Heng's disdain for Yi Xin had made him feel a little enlightened. Right, the current Yi Xin was no longer in the Yi family. He had just been released from prison, having spent 9 years inside, and had no background in Linhai. What was there to be afraid of? He looked at Yi Xin with a smirk and said, "Yes, this beautiful lady is right. You touch me, and I guarantee I'll extort you, make your family bankrupt, and send you back to prison." He saw the smile in Yi Xin's eyes gradually disappear. Beside them, Zhou Ji saw Chen Feifei's somewhat friendly attitude towards Yi Xin and sneered. "That's right, mister. Yi, when you sue him, I'll be your witness." "Zhou Ji, get lost." Chen Feifei's face flashed with anger when she saw Zhou Ji actually speaking up for Yi Yunsheng. "I was blind to have ever liked you." Zhou Ji frowned and said, "Feifei, I told you before, this guy spent 5 years in prison for drugging and raping a girl. Even if you don't break up with me, stay away from this kind of person. Who I associate with is none of your damn business." Chen Feifei gritted her teeth. Zhou Ji's face was a bit unsightly. He glared at Yi Xin and said, "Yi can try touching Mr. Yi today and see what happens." Yi Xin stood there, touched his nose, and in the next instant, he suddenly dashed forward, arriving in front of Yi Yunsheng in a flash. Yi Xin's speed was too fast. The other people beside Yi Yunsheng hadn't reacted yet. In about a second, Yi Xin had reached Yi Yunsheng in 2 steps. Yi Yunsheng's eyes widened. Before he could speak, he saw Yi Xin's palm slam onto his face. A powerful force surged through him, and he was pressed to the ground by Yi Xin. Bang! Yi Yunsheng never expected Yi Xin to actually dare to lay hands on him. It was too late to react. He slammed onto the ground, almost losing his breath. The people he brought were briefly stunned. None of them expected Yi Xin to dare to attack them, alone, and so suddenly and decisively. When they finally reacted, some of them hurriedly surrounded Yi Xin. "Don't move!" Yi Xin pressed Yi Yunsheng down with one hand and turned his head, calmly saying, "If any of you touch him, I'll punch Yi Yunsheng." Yi Yunsheng, in excruciating pain from being slammed to the ground, gritted his teeth and said, "Yi, you actually dared to hit me. You're finished. I'll sue you until you're bankrupt." Zhou Ji also hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, I'll be your witness." Yi Xin ignored them completely. He was certain Yi Yunsheng wouldn't dare to actually sue. If he did, they could just make a big fuss about it. The Yi family's business was huge. If this kind of forced buying and selling were exposed, the damage to their reputation would be enormous. In fact, the situation with the sesame cake shop was easy to resolve. Just make a big deal out of it, and the Yi family would naturally back down. Of course, this method also had its drawbacks, namely the fear of the Yi family's retaliation. For a large family like the Yi family, one of the top two in Linhai, it would be too easy to retaliate against a small street shop without leaving a trace. But while they were afraid, Yi Xin was not. Yi Xin was eager for the Yi family to come and cause him trouble, so he could follow the clues and dig out who had framed him all those years ago. He looked at Yi Yunsheng and said indifferently, "Sue if you want. I'd like to see who suffers more when this blows up and the Yi family's forced buying and selling is exposed." Yi Yunsheng's face changed slightly. "Two things now," Yi Xin said calmly. "One, get your pack of dogs out of here quickly. If you dare to come here and harass them again, I'll really beat you to death." As he spoke, he punched Yi Yunsheng in the leg. He didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, this punch could have broken Yi Yunsheng's leg. However, this punch was enough to ensure Yi Yunsheng was in agony. Sure enough, after Yi Xion's punch, Yi Yunsheng screamed, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Then, Yi Xion calmly said, "Second, who told you to suggest to the Yi family that my father and I be removed from the family register?" Hearing this, Yi Yunsheng's body trembled on the ground, looking at Yi Xion's icy gaze, as if he wanted to devour him, and feeling the intense pain in his leg, he was filled with fear. Remembering what Yi Heng had said to him before, he hurriedly said, "It was Yi Heng who asked me to suggest it. It has nothing to do with me." Hearing this name, Yi Xion's heart stirred slightly. If it was Yi Heng, then it made sense. 9 years ago, Yi Jing'an was highly regarded by the Yi family. The company he managed had excellent performance, and the family business intended to promote Yi Jing'an to the CEO of a larger company. However, at that time, it was a competitive process, and the other competitor was Yi Heng. In order to suppress Yi Jing'an, he certainly had sufficient motive. He released his grip on Yi Yunsheng's head, stood up, and said, "Get these scoundrels out of here." At this time, two people rushed over and helped Yi Yunsheng up. He didn't dare to stay any longer and called his group to leave. Zhou Ji frowned as he watched Yi Yunsheng leave. "That coward." Then he looked at Yi Xian provocatively and said with a hint of threat, "Yi Xian, I advise you to stay away from Fei. She's my girlfriend." Chun Fei blushed and glared angrily at Zhou Ji. "I said, I've already broken up with you." Yi Xian waved his hand. He didn't want to get involved in their affairs. He turned to the shop owner, a smile appearing on his face. "Don't worry, they won't dare to harass you anymore. You can continue your business peacefully." The shop owner thanked him profusely. If possible, they naturally wanted to continue operating here, as they had been open for many years and had accumulated a loyal customer base. Yi Xian waved his hand and turned to leave, heading towards the place where he was going to eat. Chun Fei watched Yi Xian's retreating figure, bit her lip, and chased after him. Beside them, Zhou Ji watched Chun Fei chase after Yi Xian, his expression shifting uncertainly. A hint of malice flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian's back. Yi Xian walked to a rabbit restaurant near the school. Just as he was about to enter, Chun Fei's voice called out from behind him, "Yi Xian, thank you." Yi Xian turned around and looked at her, frowning slightly. "I often eat at that shop too. I didn't want to see it closed down." Chun Fei pursed her lips and looked inside the restaurant. "Are you eating here?" "Yes," Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, I'm having dinner with a friend. Is something the matter?" Chun Fei blushed. Then, she took out her phone and looked at Yi Xian. "I think we're quite fated. Linhai is so big, and we've run into each other 3 times in a row. Let's add each other on WeChat, become friends." Yi Xian's expression shifted slightly. Looking at Chun Fei's pretty face, this time he didn't refuse. Initially, he hadn't wanted to have much interaction with Chun Fei, thinking that if she could date someone like Zhou Ji, she probably wasn't much better herself. But today, seeing her stand up for the shop alone had changed his impression of her. After adding each other on WeChat, Chun Fei bid farewell to Yi Xian, and Yi Xian entered the restaurant. After dinner, Jiang Wanwan invited them to the amusement park in the afternoon, and then somehow managed to coax Xin into treating them to dinner again. It wasn't until 8 or 9 in the evening that he finally returned home. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, he was woken up by Yi Jingyan, who wanted Xin to go to work with him. Xin was dumbfounded. He had previously said he had found a job just to appease his parents. Now, since they were in the same company, Yi Jingyan had ample reason to have Xin go to the company with him. Unable to disobey, Xin got up early, washed up, ate breakfast, and then headed to the company with Yi Jingyan. Naturally, a beating. Xin grinned at Yi Yunsheng. Yi Yunsheng's face went pale. He considered the crowd around him and scoffed. "Let's see how you're going to beat me up. If you even touch a finger of mine, I'll get you locked up again." Inside the shop, the middle-aged couple quickly said, "Young man, these people are from the Yi family. We appreciate your kindness, but please don't get involved. We can't afford to offend them." Chun Fei wiped her eyes, tugged on Xin's arm, and said, "Xin, don't fight. This guy's a troublemaker. He'll see you into bankruptcy." Yi Yunsheng glared at Xin. The day Xin returned, he'd been truly intimidated by Xin's gaze. After all, he'd done something wrong, fearing Xin's revenge, keeping him up nights and preventing him from going home. Last night, he'd met with Yi Heng, the man who'd previously urged him to give advice to the family. Yi Heng's disdain for Xin made him realize something. Xin was no longer part of the Yi family. He'd just been released from 9 years in prison and had no connections in Linhai. What could he possibly fear? He gave Xin a sly smile and said, "Right, beautiful lady. If you lay a finger on me, I'll ruin you. I'll get your family into debt, and I'll make sure you go back to prison." Xin's smile vanished. Zhou Ji, noticing Chun Fei's kindness toward Xin, sneered. "Exactly. Mr. Yi, count me as your witness when you sue him." "Zhou Ji, get out of here." Chun Fei was furious, her voice sharp. "I was blind to pick you in the first place." Zhou Ji frowned. Fei, I told you this guy's been in prison for 5 years for statutory rape. Even if you don't break up with me, stay away from him. Who are you to tell me who to associate with?" Chun Fei snapped. Zhou Ji looked annoyed and glared at Xin. "Xin, dare you touch Mr. Yi today?" Xin smirked, then took a swift step toward Yi Yunsheng, reaching him in an instant. Yi Yunsheng's eyes widened. Before he could react, Xin's hand slammed into his face, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. Yi Yunsheng was stunned. The men he brought with him were also caught off guard by Xin's sudden and decisive attack. People rushed to surround Yi Yunsheng. "Don't move anyone," Xin said calmly, holding Yi Yunsheng down with one hand. "If anyone touches him, I'll punch Yi Yunsheng." Yi Yunsheng in agony snarled. "Xin, you dare touch me? You're finished. I'll ruin you." Zhou Ji quickly added, "Mr. Yi, I'll be your witness." Xin ignored them. He was confident that Yi Yunsheng wouldn't actually pursue legal action. If he did, then he would make the issue public. The Yi family's reputation would suffer greatly if this forceful business deal came out. The situation was easily fixable. The Yi family would surely back down. However, there was a risk. The Yi family was a powerful force in Linhai, and they might retaliate. But Xin was prepared for it. He wanted the Yi family to come after him, to find out who had framed him years ago. "Sue me if you like. I'll see who loses more when this whole thing blows up in the Yi family's face." Yi Yunsheng's face paled. "2 things," Xin said coldly. "First, get out of here. All of you. If you dare come back, I'll beat you senseless. Second, who told you to suggest to the Yi family that I and my father be removed from the family tree?" Yi Yunsheng's body trembled. Facing Xin's icy gaze and the sharp pain in his leg, he was terrified. He quickly said, "It was Yi Heng. It has nothing to do with me." Xin's eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Heng. That made sense. 9 years ago, Yi Jinggan was highly valued by the Yi family, with excellent company performance and poised to be promoted. But there was a competitor, Yi Heng. To get rid of Yi Jinggan, Yi Heng had a compelling reason. He released Yi Yunsheng and said, Get out of here, you scoundrels. Two men helped Yi Yunxing up. He didn't delay and rushed his men away. Zhou Ji, watching Yi Yunxing leave, muttered, such a coward. He challenged Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I advise you to stay away from Fei Fei. She's my girlfriend. Chun Fei Fei's face flushed. I said we broke up. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, turning to the shop owner with a smile. Don't worry, they won't bother you again. You can continue your business. The shop owner thanked him profusely. Yi Xian left, heading towards where he was having lunch. Chun Fei Fei followed, determined. Zhou Ji watched them, his expression dark. Yi Xian arrived at a restaurant near the school, about to go inside, when Chun Fei Fei called out, Yi Xian, thank you. Yi Xian turned, frowning. I frequent that restaurant. I don't want to see it close. Are you having lunch here? Chun Fei Fei asked, looking inside. Yes, Yi Xian nodded. With friends? Anything else? Chun Fei Fei blushed. She pulled out her phone. I think we're quite lucky to run into each other 3 times in this city. How about we exchange contact information? Let's be friends. Yi Xian considered it and agreed. He'd previously avoided her, but the events of the day had changed his perspective. They exchanged contacts. Chun Fei Fei left, and Yi Xian went inside. After lunch, Jiang Wanwan suggested a trip to the amusement park. They had dinner together, and Yi Xian finally returned home after 8 or 9 p.m. The next morning, at 7 a.m., Yi Jinggan called, wanting Yi Xian to come to work with him. Yi Xian was shocked. Yi Xian reluctantly agreed and went to work with his father. Yi Xian finished speaking, and Jiang Wei's eyes lit up. He chuckled and said, That's right, that guy was acting so high and mighty yesterday, thinking he was all that working here. His face will be priceless when he gets fired. Beside them, Niu Qian looked bewildered. In truth, he really felt he wasn't qualified to work at Hanyu Group and was still confused about how he got the job. Now, hearing Yi Xian say he was going to fire Sun Tzu, he was even more bewildered. Even if Yi Xian was friends with Lei Bin, he couldn't just fire someone from Hanyu Group, could he? Lei Bin nodded. All right, do as you say. Niu Qian was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Lei Bin to agree so readily. He recalled that when he got this job, Yi Xian had also casually mentioned it, and Lei Bin had agreed. It seemed that Yi Xian and Lei Bin's relationship must be really good. The honest Niu Qian thought to himself. Lei Bin frowned at Yi Xian. By the way, why are you at the company? Oh, don't ask. My dad dragged me here. Yi Xian said exasperatedly. Didn't I tell him I was working as your assistant? He insisted on dragging me to work with him. A smile spread across Lei Bin's face. Working at the company isn't bad. We have quite a few beautiful women here. See if you can hook up with one. Forget it, Yi Xian yawned. I'm going back to catch up on some sleep. You take care of arranging these two. Jiang Wei said in astonishment. You don't want to see Sun Tzu's face after he gets fired? Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Yi Xian waved his hand. Not interested. If you are, you can record a video and post it in the high school alumni group chat. Good idea. Jiang Wei's eyes gleamed. Then I'm going back. Yi Xian chuckled and turned to leave. It was already past 9, and there were fewer people at the entrance. Yi Xian reached the door. He was originally planning to take a taxi home to sleep, but remembering Chao Rong was at home and would likely lecture him if she saw him return, he decided to call Zhou Cece and see if he could crash on her sofa. He took out his phone, found Zhou Cece's number, and dialed. Hello, Yi Xian. Zhou Cece answered quickly. Hey, Yi Xian said. Do you live alone? Zhou Cece paused. Yes, I live alone, but Wanwan and Xiao Wei are also here right now. What's up? I didn't get enough sleep and want to crash on your sofa. Yi Xian coughed. My dad dragged me to work, and if I go back now, my lie will be exposed. I'm at the bank now. It's Monday, but I can send you my address. Wanwan and Xiao Wei are home. You can ask them to open the door for you, Zhou Cece said. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. By the way, you seemed to have something on your mind yesterday, and you didn't want Jiang Wanwan and the others to know, so I didn't get a chance to ask you. Zhou Cece was silent for a moment, then sighed. Someone from the Zhou family probably works at Xinhai Bank. They knew I was in charge of the Diamond Bank cards. The bank stopped cooperating with the Zhou family because of me, and then Zhou Rui found me and threatened me. Yi Xin frowned. This was something he hadn't considered. He pondered for a moment. With me around, I won't let that happen. Don't worry. There was a silence on the other end of the phone. Then Zhou Cece said, I trust you. After hanging up, Zhou Cece sent him her address. Yi Xin hailed a cab and headed towards her place. In a 3-bedroom apartment in a Linhai residential complex, Wu Yao sat on a stool, looking wryly at the short-haired girl on the sofa. The girl's hair was slightly damp, and she was holding a bowl of beef noodle soup. There were also some dumplings and other food on the coffee table. Wu Yao said with a mournful face, "Master, if you keep eating like this, my salary won't be enough." He couldn't understand how a girl could eat so much. It was one thing to love food, but this short-haired girl not only loved to eat, she also ate a huge amount. And the worst part was she didn't gain any weight. It was really frustrating for Wu Yao. The short-haired girl looked at him and asked, "I've taught you so much over the past 3 years. What's wrong with you buying me some food? And I told you, once we find Zero and return to Night Watch, I'll have a lot of wealth. But we haven't gone back yet," Wu Yao said with a bitter smile. "My credit card is almost maxed out. I wanted to take on some assassin jobs underground, but you wouldn't let me. We're Night Watch. Even though you're on the assassin rankings, you must remember you're a night watchman. Night Watch only kills those who deserve to die, understand? Don't lose Night Watch's dignity for a little money." The short-haired girl said seriously. Without waiting for Wu Yao to explain, she continued, "Have you found any news about Zero? Where am I supposed to find him?" Wu Yao said helplessly, "I've been waiting at the entrance of that internet cafe for a day and a night, and I haven't seen him at all." He coughed. "Master, now that we've confirmed he's alive, he might have already returned to Night Watch. If we go back, we might be able to find him. Why don't we go back? We'll be rich when we go back. I don't want to work hard anymore." The short-haired girl looked up at him and shook her head. "It's not time yet. If we go back and become night watchmen again, there are some people we won't be able to kill. Number 7's revenge might not be avenged." She raised her head and said, "You continue to guard the internet cafe entrance tonight. I'll continue to track those people." Wu Yao said with a long face, "I still have to work. Do you want to work me to death?" The short-haired girl ignored him. She took out the photo with Yi Xin and murmured, "Yi Xin, it's been 3 years. I miss you." Inside Hanyu Group, after Lei Bin took Jiang Wei and Niu Qian to complete the onboarding procedures, he led them towards the marketing department. Inside a marketing department conference room, all the marketing department managers were seated. Sun Tzu's face was grim. He still hadn't recovered from what had happened in the lobby. He couldn't understand how Yi Xin could be Lei Bin's friend. This doesn't seem like a regular meeting. What is the general manager waiting for? I don't know. Seems like someone is joining the company. Beside him, people were discussing, but he couldn't hear a word. Clack, clack, clack. Footsteps sounded, and Lei Bin walked in with Niu Qian and Jiang Wei. Upon entering the conference room, the marketing department general manager quickly stood up. "Mr. Lei, all the marketing department managers are here." Lei Bin nodded, then walked over with Jiang Wei and Niu Qian. He leaned on the table with one hand and glanced at Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu also looked up, and when he saw Niu Qian and Jiang Wei, his eyes flashed with a hint of malice. "Two announcements," Lei Bin said. "Two new people are joining the marketing department management. Let me introduce them. This is Niu Qian, marketing department supervisor." He paused, then looked at Jiang Wei. "This is the marketing department's new director, Jiang Wei. Marketing department director. So young. Only one level below the general manager. Wow, what's his background?" Amidst the discussion, no one noticed Sun Tzu's pupils constricting as he stared at Jiang Wei in shock. He had assumed that Jiang Wei would start from the bottom. He never expected Jiang Wei to be directly parachuted into the position of marketing director. Just a few days ago, he had completely looked down on Jiang Wei, thinking that someone like him was at the bottom rung of society. He thought it was unbelievable that Jiang Wei even came to Hanyu Group for an interview and had even wanted to give him a hard time during the interview. But now, Jiang Wei was 2 levels above him. Impossible. This is impossible. he muttered, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. At this moment, Laban spoke again. Quiet down, everyone. I have a second announcement. He looked at Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei, you announce it. Jiang Wei was stunned for a moment. Then his expression brightened as he turned his gaze toward Sun Tzu. A sense of unease welled up in Sun Tzu's heart. Then he saw Jiang Wei walk down from the platform, straight towards him. Jiang Wei grinned, a mocking smile, then calmly said, Sun Tzu, you and Su Wen are fired. Sun Tzu, you and Su Wen are fired. Jiang Wei stared at Sun Tzu, a mocking smile on his face. A wave of satisfaction washed over Jiang Wei. From his first day at Hanyu Group, showing off, to the repeated confrontations at the class reunion, it all led to this moment. Only now, after firing the arrogant Sun Tzu, did he feel the full impact of Yi Xian's return to Linhai. He had changed. He knew he'd finally broken into Linhai's elite. His perspective felt wider, burdens lifted. He was finally over his girlfriend. Even though Yi Xian had given him 5 million to humiliate her family, he'd still felt a lingering sense of disbelief and regret. Now he saw clearly. That woman, that family, they weren't worthy. Unlike Jiang Wei's elation, Sun Tzu's eyes widened. Then he collapsed into his chair, mind blank, gaze unfocused. He stared at Jiang Wei, then at Niu Qian. 2 days ago, he'd looked down on them. Now, Niu Qian was his equal. Jiang Wei is superior, and he and Su Wen fired. The drastic fall from grace was devastating. Hanyu Group wasn't easy to get into. He was young and climbed the ranks, proving his competence. Now he had to start over. Laban glanced at him. That's all. Meeting adjourned. Sun Tzu, you and your girlfriend can collect your things and process your termination. Yi Xian didn't bother witnessing Sun Tzu's dismissal. It was a trivial matter. He was on his way to Zhou Qianqian's apartment. She didn't live with her parents. They were teachers, Linhai natives, and had their own place. Zhou Qianqian was successful in her own right, working at the prestigious Xinhai Bank. Within a few years, she'd become a branch manager, earning around 2 million a year. She owned apartments in both Jiangcheng and Linhai. She'd expected to stay in Jiangcheng, but thanks to Yi Xian, she transferred back to Linhai. Following her directions, Yi Xian arrived, bought breakfast as Jiang Wanwan had requested, and headed to her apartment. Zhou Qianqian had already told them he was coming. He knocked. Jiang Wanwan opened the door, grinning, and took the breakfast. Thanks. Yi Xian stepped inside, changing his shoes. Qin Xiaowei was practicing martial arts in the living room. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Unlike Jiang Wanwan's modest attire, Qin Xiaowei wore a crop top and shorts, revealing her toned physique. She'd always dressed boldly, but this was distracting. She continued practicing, unfazed by his presence. Enjoying the view? Jiang Wanwan asked, noticing his gaze. Yi Xian coughed. Xiaowei, who taught you those moves? Qin Xiaowei stopped, exhaling. My dad. He runs a martial arts school in Jiangcheng. Yi Xian studied her, intrigued. He considered recruiting her for the night watch. Unlike Yang Chong and Jiang Wei, she had a solid foundation and was much younger. He nodded, then offered a few pointers. Qin Xiaowei was amazed. His casual advice significantly improved her technique. She knew he was skilled. She'd seen him fight off dozens of armed men to rescue her. But this was unexpected. Yi Xian plopped onto the sofa. Right? I'm here for a nap. Don't disturb me. I have a terrible temper when woken up. I can't be held responsible for my actions. Sure, Jiang Wanwan said, unconvinced. Yi Xian drifted off. He woke to a tickling sensation on his nose. He opened his eyes to see Jiang Wanwan's face, a playful smile on her lips as she teased him with her hair. He grinned, grabbed her arm, pulled her forward, and flipped her onto the sofa beneath him. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened, her face flushing crimson. What? What are you doing? Looking at her blushing face and slightly parted lips, Yi Xian chuckled. I told you I have a temper. What do you think I'm doing? He leaned in. Her blush deepened, but she didn't resist strongly. Are you? Qin Xiaowei, fresh from the shower, stood there stunned. Catching their gaze, she quickly said, Carry on, carry on. I didn't see anything. Jiang Wanwan snapped back to reality and pushed Yi Xian away. Pervert! Yi Xian sat up, laughing. He'd been teasing, but if Qin Xiaowei hadn't interrupted, I did warn you about my temper. You woke me up. Jiang Wanwan glared. It's 11 a.m. Are you a pig? She threw a pillow at him. Xiaowei, you saw nothing. Nothing at all, Qin Xiaowei said, grinning. Jiang Wanwan nodded, satisfied. Come on, let's go do something. Yi Xian couldn't refuse. He was bored, and his own investigations had to wait until nightfall. He spent the afternoon with them, returning home that evening. He found Chao Rong, Lu Yu, and Zhuahao on his sofa. Chao Rong was saying, Brother-in-law, your family's had it easy. First, you were with the Yi family, running a big company. Then, after Yi Xian's incident, you became a vice president at Hanyu Group, making millions. We're family, but I've never asked you for anything, have I? She continued. The one time I did, asking you to get Liu a job at Hanyu, you refused. This time, you have to help me. Yi Jinggan looked uncomfortable. It's not that I don't want to. I don't have any real power at the company. I just collect a paycheck. Chao Rong scoffed. I don't believe that. Hanyu wouldn't pay you millions to do nothing. And you obviously got Yi Xian that job. You all put on an act for me the other day. The more I think about it, the less sense it makes. Why would the CEO hire an ex-con with no degree as his assistant? You just don't want to help your poor relatives. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned, walked into the room, pulled a chair, and sat down. Seeing Yi Xian, Lu Yu snorted coldly. Zhuahao sat there, his expression calm, and Yi Xian could even detect a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Chao Rong felt she had spoken too harshly, so she quickly added, I shouldn't have said that. I really don't handle anything at Hanyu Group. I just occasionally attend events for them. I don't even interact much with the internal staff, so I'm really not refusing to help you. Chao Rong sneered. Those are just excuses. It's like I said, you were able to get Yi Xian into Hanyu Group and placed directly as Lei Bin's assistant. You just don't want to help us. Second sister, after Yi Xian's incident, did any of your relatives from Yi Jing'an's side even talk to you? They all give you the cold shoulder. What about our side? Chao Rong asked. Yes, second sister married beneath her when she married you, but after that incident, we took care of your family, right? We didn't exclude you from family gatherings, right? When Lu Yu graduated last year and wanted to join Hanyu Group, you kept making excuses. Yi Xian sat beside them, frowning slightly. Yi Jing'an sighed and said, Chao Rong, you can't say that. When your house needed renovations, and when Lu Yu's father was sick, we lent you money, and we never rushed you to pay it back. We remember all the kindness you've shown our family. Chao Rong didn't appreciate it. She snorted and said, Anyway, you have to help us with this. No matter what, you have to facilitate the cooperation between Zhuahao and Hanyu Group. Yi Jing'an frowned and looked at Zhuahao. In Chao Rong's mind, she had clearly already regarded Zhuahao as her future son-in-law. Young, with his own company, clearly a golden catch, but Yi Xian didn't have a good impression of him. He felt that this person was a bit insidious. For example, the last time he came to their house, he was clearly the one who wanted to cooperate with Hanyu Group, coming to ask Yi Jing'an for a favor, but the way he spoke, it was as if their family was taking advantage of him. Offering Yi Xian a job opportunity was nothing compared to the investment he received from Hanyu Group. This time, he had Chao Rong and Lu Yu pressure his father. It was one thing to be ruthless in business, that was normal, but using those tactics on family made Yi Xian quite disgusted. Even now, with Chao Rong being so aggressive, he hadn't said a word. Yi Xian hadn't even seen a single gift, and this was supposed to be a request for help. Yi Jing'an looked at Zhuahao and said, I introduced him to the manager of our company's investment department today. They're just not optimistic about Zhuahao's project. That's why they're unwilling to invest. Zhuahao shook his head and said, Uncle Yi, I spent several years designing and developing this game. It's really that the manager of your investment department lacks vision. Yi Jing'an frowned and said, Manager Wang from our investment department is one of the best investors in the country, even the world. Beside them, Chao Rong said, Brother-in-law, if you don't want to help, just say so. Why make up all these excuses? Just say you're not willing, and we won't waste our time here. I know, There's a gap between our families. You have a high income, and we're just poor, not qualified to associate with you. Yi Jing'an looked helpless. In fact, his financial support for Chao Rong's family over the past 2 years hadn't been insignificant. Beside them, Chao Yan also looked embarrassed. She looked at Exin, then at Chao Rong and said, Chao Rong, it's really not that Jing'an is unwilling to help you. He really doesn't have much say in the company. Zhua Hao pondered and said, Uncle Yi, let's do this. I won't cooperate with Hanyu Group. Can you introduce me to investors from other companies, such as Hanyu Group? I saw you having dinner with the chairman of Hanyu Group last time. Let me meet with her, and I'll discuss the specifics with her. How about that? Chao Rong nodded. Yes, Zhua Hao is young and promising. He already said this project will definitely make a lot of money. He also talked to Hanyu Group, but their chairman refused to see him. When Yi Xin heard the name of Hanyu Group's chairman, his heart stirred slightly. Wasn't Hanyu Group Chen Meishuan's company? Yi Jing'an's expression was a little awkward. I'm not very familiar with Chairman Chen. The last time we had dinner, it was just a normal business meeting between our two companies. I don't even have her contact information. Hearing this, the anger on Chao Rong's face flared up. She looked at Yi Jing'an and said, Oh, if you don't want to help, just say so. Why make all these excuses? You just can't stand seeing us do well, right? Yi Xian was in prison for 9 years, and you casually got him in a Hanyu Group. Now that Liu finally found a rich boyfriend, and Yi Xian is having trouble finding a partner, you're unhappy and don't want how to make a lot of money. Fine, don't help. The helpless expressions on Yi Jing'an and Chao Yun's faces deepened. Yi Xian frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. But for the sake of past affection and family ties, he felt that helping Liu Yu's family wasn't a big deal. He touched his nose and said, I have some connections with Chairman Chen Meixian of Hanyu Group. If you want an introduction, it shouldn't be a problem. But again, it depends on your project. If their company's evaluation is good, you should have a chance to get investment. His voice fell, and everyone looked at him. Chao Rong frowned. Are you still addicted to acting? If it weren't for your dad, could you have gotten in a Hanyu Group? You were in prison for 9 years, and as soon as you got out, you knew a big entrepreneur like Lei Bin? Now you're saying you know Chen Meixian. I might as well say, I know Zhou Ming and Yi Aolin. Yi Xin was speechless. Zhou Ming and Yi Aolin were truly prominent figures in Linhai. Hanyu Group wasn't smaller than the companies of these large Linhai families, but Lei Bin's status couldn't compare to them. Because everyone knew that Lei Bin held very little stock in Hanyu Group, but these two were different. In such family businesses, they were the true decision-makers. Chao Rong then looked at Yi Jing'an. Yi Jing'an, just give us a straight answer. Will you help or not? If you help, when Liu Yu and Zhua Hao get married, our family will be grateful to you forever. If you're not willing to help, then let's forget about all these years of affection, and we won't bother each other anymore. This was completely emotional blackmail. Yi Xian, who originally intended to help them, frowned, a little unwilling to deal with them anymore. Yi Jing'an and Chao Yun's expressions changed slightly. Because they were expelled from the Yi family, and the Yi family relatives no longer interacted with them much, they particularly cherished the people around them now. Yi Jing'an gritted his teeth. Chao Yun quickly looked at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, if you really know Chairman Chen Meixian, please help them connect and let Zhua Hao meet with her. Yi Xian sighed and picked up his phone. Chao Rong frowned. Is there any point in pretending like this? How could Yi Xian possibly know such an important person? Fine, second sister, Yi Jing'an, I've misjudged you. Yi Xian's call quickly connected. He walked to a quiet corner, and Chen Meishuan's voice came from the other end. Hello, Yi Xian, is something the matter? It's like this, my cousin's boyfriend started a game company, and he has a project looking for investment. He wants to meet with you, but their company is small, and it seems your company rejected them. So could you find some time to talk with him? Yi Xian said. Of course, whether to invest or not still depends on your own evaluation of his project. Chen Meixian nodded. No problem. What's their company's name? I don't know that, but the person who wants to talk to you is named Zhua Hao. Yi Xian said. Okay, I'll arrange it, Chen Meixian said. Hanging up the phone, Yi Xian returned to the living room and said to Chao Yun, I called Chairman Chen. I called Ms. Chun. She said she'd arrange it, Yi Exin said, touching his nose. Chao Rong's anger abruptly vanished. She and Lu Yu stared at Yi Xin in shock. Chao Rong sneered. Yi Xin really getting into the acting, aren't you? Are you going to tell us she's too busy after you pretend to arrange it? Ring, ring, ring. Zhua Hao's phone suddenly rang. He answered quickly. Hello. Hello, this is Hanyu Group. Ms. Chen has reviewed the materials you submitted and would like to meet with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Would you be available? A pleasant female voice inquired. Yes, yes. Zhua Hao replied, excitement in his voice. He hung up, looked at Yi Xin, then at Chao Rong. And the Hanyu Group just called. They want to meet with me tomorrow morning. Chao Yun and Yi Jing'an's faces lit up. Chao Yun said, see? Yi Xin really does know Ms. Chun. We're family. If he can help, he will. You shouldn't be so harsh. Yi Xin inwardly rolled his eyes. If it weren't for his parents, he wouldn't lift a finger. Zhua Hao smirked, then stood. Uncle Yi, I think you've misunderstood. Hanyu Group said Ms. Chen reviewed my materials. It has nothing to do with Yi Xin. Like Annie Chow said, he just got out of prison and only works at Hanyu because of you. I doubt he has these kinds of connections. It's probably just a coincidence that he pretended to make a call right before Ms. Chen saw my proposal. Chao Rong nodded vigorously. Exactly, Ms. Chen saw Zhua Hao's potential. You don't need to keep up this charade. Honestly, she continued, we're family, and you not only refuse to help, but you put on this whole performance? I'm truly disappointed. I was even going to set Yi Xin up on a blind date, but forget it. Once Zhua Hao gets Hanyu's investment and marries Lu Yu, you'll be the ones asking for our help. Yi Xin's eyes narrowed, a flash of anger directed at Zhua Hao. Chao Yun and Yi Jing'an exchanged uneasy glances. Yi Jing'an sighed. Forget it. Believe what you want. Humph. Chao Rong stood, pulling Lu Yu with her. Lu Yu, Zhua Hao, let's go. The three left. Lu Yu silent until the very end, when she gave Yi Xin a strange look. Chao Yun asked Yi Xin suspiciously, Yi Xin, were you just pretending to make that call or? Yi Xin sighed, exasperated. Mom, Dad, don't you get it? I got the Hanyu job myself. And he thinks we're putting on a show. What can I do? I do know Ms. Chun, and we're on good terms. I did call her, and she agreed to meet Zhua Hao. He frowned. Something's off about that guy. Lu Yu shouldn't be with him. He pulled out his phone. I'll call Mei Xian and cancel the meeting. Chao Yun stopped him. Yi Xin, let it go. If your aunt finds out, she'll never speak to us again. Yi Xin hesitated. His parents valued family ties too much. He didn't want to upset them. He sighed and put his phone away. Fine. By the way, Chao Yun said, your grandmother's 80th birthday is the day after tomorrow. She's been asking about you ever since. Well, you know, you haven't had a chance to visit since you got back. We'll all go together. Yi Jing'an nodded. I'll ask Mr. Lei for a day off tomorrow, and I'll give you some money to buy her a gift. A smile touched Yi Xion's face. He'd always been close to his grandmother. Okay, but I have money, Dad. You don't need to give me any. All right, go do your thing. I'm going to watch some TV and go to bed. Yi Xion nodded and went to his room, where he began to meditate. In a small village near Linhai, the temporary base of the Night Watch, people moved about, many carrying swords. Lin Qingxue and her mother and Zhou Qianqian sat in a car, observing their surroundings. People sparred, blades flashing like in a movie. Someone punched a stone, shattering it. Despite being warned, they were stunned. Such an organization existing beyond the ordinary. It was hard to believe. Lin Qingxue was struck by the realization that her ex-husband, the man she'd divorced for being poor, was one of them, and the most skilled among them. What a foolish mistake she'd made. People gathered around as Qin Guosheng got out of the car. Captain, where's Zero? Someone asked. He hasn't rejoined the Night Watch. And even if he did, he wouldn't be on our team. Why the rush? Qin Guosheng grumbled. It's been 3 years. We miss him. And the new recruits want to see the legendary Zero in action. A man with a crew-cut grinned. Don't tell anyone, but when Zero and I joined, he had to call me Brother You. Qin Guoxing's team was Night Watch Squad 1176. Yi Xian had been a member. The man, Qi Huayu, had indeed joined the squad with Yi Xian. Yeah, right? You're always hiding in the back during missions, someone scoffed. Show off. Hey, Captain, why'd you bring back 2 girls? Another voice asked suspiciously. You went to a massage parlor without me? Shut up, Qin Guoxing snapped. Don't be disrespectful. This is Yi Xian's ex-wife and her mother. Whoa, these are the 2 who dumped him for being poor. Qi Huayu exclaimed. Unbelievable. Someone thought Yi Xian was poor? I've never met anyone richer. All eyes turned to the car. Inside, Lin Qingxue and her mother and Zhou Qianqian shifted uncomfortably under their mocking gazes. Their perception of Yi Xian's poverty was clearly a joke to these people. Enough. Find 2 female officers to debrief them. Everyone else, prepare for a mission in Linhai, Qin Guoxing ordered. A mission? Qi Huayu's eyes lit up. What kind? Qin Guoxing's expression turned serious. We've found traces of number 2. Tonight, we bring him in. At midnight, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. After cultivating for several hours, he felt refreshed. He looked out the window. It was pitch black outside. Yi Xian exhaled and walked out of the room. He hadn't found Yi Hang's address yet, so he couldn't ask him about the truth. After learning from Yi Yunxing yesterday that Yi Heng had instructed him, Yi Xian thought about it carefully. Yi Heng had a motive. At the time, he and Yi Jingyan were competitors. To make Yi Jingyan lose the competition, framing him was a possibility. He had sufficient motive. But Yi Xian clearly remembered that at the Yi family's annual meeting, everyone at his table were young members of the Yi family. Yi Xian drank beer, and he opened it himself at the table. This meant that if he had been drugged and passed out, it must have been one of the young people at the table. At the time, because of Yi Xian's good grades and the family's favor, the people at his table were mostly children of the direct line of the Yi family, not the collateral branch. So when Laban told Yi Xian that this matter involved someone from the Yi family, thinking about the whole situation, Yi Xian felt it should be related to someone from the direct line. And Yi Heng, like Yi Jingyan, was from the collateral branch. Of course, following this line of thought, Yi Xian felt it wouldn't be a problem to dig out the truth and clear his name. After organizing his thoughts, Yi Xian decided to have Lei Bin investigate Yi Heng's address tomorrow, and then he would make a night visit. Thinking of this, he frowned slightly, lay down on the bed, and continued to sleep. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, he was woken up early by Yi Jingyan again and driven to the Hanyu group. Yi Xian felt it was necessary to move out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep in, and it would be much easier to move around. However, he had just returned to Linhai and hadn't seen his parents for 9 years, so he should spend more time with them. Arriving at the company, Yi Xian found another excuse to slip away, running to Zhou Qianqian's house to continue sleeping. At 10:00 a.m., in an office at Chen Meishuan's Huanyu group, Chen Meixian, dressed in a white OL outfit, led several people holding folders into a conference room. Zhua Hao and Lu Yu were already sitting inside the conference room. Seeing Chen Meixian enter, Zhua Hao quickly stood up. His face no longer held the arrogance he had shown towards Yi Xian and the others. Instead, it was filled with flattery. He bowed and said, Ms. Chen, hello? Chen Meixian smiled and looked at Lu Yu, saying, You're Yi Xian's cousin? Hearing this, Lu Yu and Zhua Hao were both stunned. Seeing their expressions, Chen Meixian immediately understood and said, It seems Yi Xian is indeed very low-key. He quietly introduced you to me, but didn't tell you that you have a good cousin. The last sentence was directed at Lu Yu. Both Lu Yu and Zhua Hao couldn't help but gulp. Chen Meixian actually knew Yi Xian. This extremely famous and beautiful CEO of Linhai knew Yi Xian. And the fact that they were able to be interviewed was really because Yi Xian had called. He wasn't acting yesterday. Zhua Hao was dumbfounded. He swallowed, remembering the harsh words he had said when he left yesterday. But Yi Xian hadn't called to cancel. In fact, Zhua Hao truly looked down on Yi Xian from the bottom of his heart. He had worked hard and achieved a net worth of tens of millions at a young age. While Yi Xian had been in prison for 9 years, just released and for rape. Facing Yi Xian, he felt a sense of superiority. But now, Yi Xian actually knew a top Linhai figure like Chun Meixian, which surprised him and also puzzled him. Beside him, Lu Yu was first stunned. Then, after figuring things out, her expression became complicated. She couldn't help but ask, Ms. Chun, how did you meet Yi Xian? Chun Meixian smiled and said, it was a coincidence. He helped me with something, and then we got to know each other. As she said this, she sat down and continued, please sit down. Tell us about your project and plans. This is our company's evaluation team. Yi Xian has given you this opportunity, but our company won't invest blindly. It depends on whether your project is solid. The two sat down, but Lu Yu seemed distracted, her gaze unfocused, as if she was lost in thought. Zhua Hao sat down and began to speak eloquently. This is a game project. I've been conceiving it for a long time. It's bound to become a hit game, not much worse than popular games like LOL and Honor of Kings. Then he started a PowerPoint presentation and began to talk in detail. Chun Meixian listened attentively, her brow furrowed, while the evaluation team members constantly exchanged opinions. Half an hour later, Zhua Hao finished his presentation and looked at Chun Meixian. Chun Meixian sat there, her face showing few signs of age, but instead possessing a kind of intellectual beauty. Zhua Hao couldn't help but secretly gulp. Chun Meixian frowned slightly and then said, we'll discuss it. Please wait a moment. After about another 10 minutes, Chun Meixian looked up and said, I'm sorry, mister. So, we're not very interested in your game project. Zhua Hao was stunned. Then his face changed slightly as he said, we can discuss the investment amount. This is truly a promising project. I'm sorry. Chun Meixian shook her head. This is the result of our evaluation, and there's nothing I can do. The company isn't solely my decision. Zhua Hao's face darkened, and he asked, Ms. Chun, did Yi Xian say anything to you yesterday? Like asking you not to invest in me? Chun Meixian frowned and said, why would you say that? Business is business, and friends are friends. If a profitable business comes to us, we wouldn't reject it just because of a few words from Yi Xian. We simply don't think your project is promising. Of course, this is just our opinion. You can seek investment and cooperation from other companies. She smiled faintly and then said, please see yourselves out. After saying that, she left the conference room directly. Watching Chun Meixian leave, Zhua Hao's face darkened. He slammed his fist on the table and said, Lu Yu, it must have been Yi Xian. He called Ms. Chun and told her not to invest in us. Today, he deliberately had Ms. Chun say bad things about our project to humiliate me. Lu Yu was stunned and said, it shouldn't be like that. Maybe Ms. Chun just didn't like our project. It must be him. My project is clearly so good, Ms. Chun has no reason to refuse. Zhua Hao's face was gloomy. I'm not done with him. Yi Xian naturally didn't know any of this. He slept at Zhou Qianqian's place until almost noon, around 12 o'clock, before slowly getting up. When he woke up, Jiang Wanwan was sitting opposite him, glaring at him angrily. Why are you staring at me? Yi Xian rubbed his eyes and asked, you pervert, you tried to kiss me yesterday. Jiang Wanwan glared at Yi Xian. Take me out to dinner, and I'll forgive you. Just say you want me to treat you to dinner. Forgive me and all that, Yi Xian said, speechless. Jiang Wanwan then smiled, revealing 2 dimples. It's not you treating me. Someone else is treating me. My college roommate invited me to dinner, but there's an annoying guy coming too, so you have to pretend to be my boyfriend again. Yi Xian said helplessly. Again? Why don't we just make it real? Otherwise, I'll have to charge you. Jiang Wanwan was stunned, then blushed, sticking her tongue out at Yi Xian. In your dreams. In your dreams. Jiang Wanwan smiled, then asked, how about I pay 2,000 yuan? Deal. Yi Xian grinned. Then he looked around and asked, where's Qin Xiaowei? She went out to meet her friends. Jiang Wanwan said, you men are all perverts. You just think Xiaowei is sexy. Your eyes almost popped out yesterday. Everyone appreciates beauty. Yi Xian coughed, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then left Zhou Qianqian's place with Jiang Wanwan. The two took a taxi to a restaurant. When they arrived at the entrance, Jiang Wanwan and Yi Xin got out of the taxi. At that moment, two women and a man were standing at the entrance. Seeing Jiang Wanwan, the two girls hurried over and hugged her. One of them said, "Wanwan, it's been so long. I missed you so much." "Me too," Jiang Wanwan said with a smile. It was clear that she had a good relationship with the two girls, and her smile was genuine. "Is this your boyfriend?" At this time, one of the girls looked at Yi Xin with a smile, and then subtly frowned when she saw his attire. Yi Xin clearly caught her change in expression, but he didn't mind. Beside them, the other girl, who was at least 175 meters tall, said with a smile, "You're so lucky." "You don't know, Jiang Wanwan was the campus belle of Linhai University. Back then, so many guys in school were chasing her. Now you've got her." Jiang Wanwan hummed at Yi Xin and said, "Hear that? You're lucky." Then she said with a smile, "Let me introduce everyone. This is my boyfriend, Yi Xin. These two are my college roommates." She pointed to the taller girl and said, "This is Yi. This is Li Ying." Li Ying was a slightly chubby girl. It was obvious that neither of the girls were wealthy, just ordinary office workers. They only had the opportunity to treat Jiang Wanwan to a meal during their lunch break. Jiang Wanwan looked at the only man, a thin young man with glasses, and said, "This is our university classmate, Wang Yao." Yi Xin extended his hand and said, "Hello." Since he was here to pretend to be Jiang Wanwan's boyfriend, he naturally had to play the part. However, Wang Yao didn't extend his hand. He just touched his glasses and said in front of Yi Xin, "Wanwan, your taste in boyfriend seems pretty poor. You actually found such an ordinary person. He looks like he's in his late 20s, yet he doesn't even have a car and took a taxi to bring you to dinner." He then smiled at Yi Xin and said, "Brother, what do you do for a living? Do you make over 10,000 yuan a month?" Yi Xin laughed. Since he was just pretending to be Jiang Wanwan's boyfriend, he shrugged indifferently and said, "I don't have a job. I'm unemployed." The mockery on Wang Yao's face deepened. He shook his head and said in front of Yi Xin, "Wanwan, you actually found such a person. You should break up with him and be with me. I'm now working at the Yi Group and have accumulated some connections. In 2 years, I'll start my own business, and then—" Jiang Wanwan glanced at him and directly took Yi Xion's arm, saying, "What kind of boyfriend I have is none of your business. Even if Yi Xion was a beggar, so what? I like him. And sorry, I don't lack money, and I'm very rich." Wang Yao was stunned. That's right, Jiang Wanwan's father was the richest man in Jiangcheng, with a net worth in the tens of billions, so he wouldn't care whether his future son-in-law was rich or not. And Jiang Wanwan's words, "I like him," really made him look bad. He looked at Yi Xin and found him looking innocent, shrugging and spreading his hands, as if saying, "She likes me, what can I do?" Wang Yao was fuming. Beside them, Li Ying quickly said, "All right, Wang Yao, you promised you wouldn't cause trouble. That's why we agreed to let you come. Say less. I've already booked a table. Let's go upstairs to eat." Wang Yao's face was unsightly. He took a deep look at Yi Xin, and then the group walked into the hotel. The hall on the 3rd floor of the hotel was a Western restaurant, not the particularly expensive kind where a meal could cost tens of thousands of yuan. But it wasn't cheap either, with an average cost of around 400 or 500 yuan per person. It was a place frequented by white-collar workers. After ordering, they chatted. Wang Yao took the initiative to say, "You don't know, at the Yi Group, although the salary is good, it's really tiring. I have to work for more than 10 hours every day." Beside him, Li Ying pouted and said, "You're still better off. I'm currently in a small company, working 6 days a week, and only earning a little over 10,000 yuan a month." They were all graduates of Linhai University. As one of the top universities in China, Linhai University graduates wouldn't earn too little. They had only graduated for a year or two, and their salaries were already higher than many people who had been working for several years. "I'm still envious of Wanwan. Her family is so rich." He looked at Jiang Wanwan with a grin. Jiang Wanwan didn't say anything, just smiled. She had quite high emotional intelligence. Talking about her family would make them uncomfortable. Wang Yao spoke again, "But fortunately, I've climbed up pretty quickly these 2 years. The Yi family is about to have an assessment. If it goes well, I can become one of their management staff in the next few days." It's hard to climb too high in such a family business, right? Liang said. Yeah, but I'm just using it as a stepping stone, accumulating connections in the Yi family. I'll definitely start my own business later. Wang Yao glanced at Yi Xin with a somewhat arrogant tone and said, once I reach the management level, the annual salary plus dividends will be at least $1 million. I've already bought a car and a house, just waiting to save some money and connections before going out on my own. Liang and He Yi both looked envious. Their expressions made Wang Yao very pleased. He looked at Yi Xin next to him, as if showing off. However, he found that Yi Xin looked completely disinterested, looking around. Country bumpkin, he cursed inwardly. At this time, the waiter brought the dishes. They all ordered steak. Wang Yao looked at Yi Xin with a smirk and asked, do you know how to use a knife and fork? Yi Xin looked up and glanced at Wang Yao. Zhang Wanwan gave Wang Yao a cold look and said, don't go too far? Wang Yao was furious. Then he thought of something. A sneer appeared on his face, and he looked at Yi Xin and asked, brother, today's meal is on the ladies. As men, we have to contribute something. How about we treat them to a bottle of red wine? He said faintly, the red wine here is quite good. How about we get a bottle? We'll split it. How about that? In his opinion, judging by Yi Xion's attire, he probably couldn't afford it. He wanted to embarrass Yi Xion. Yi Xion narrowed his eyes. Beside him, Liang quickly said, we still have to work in the afternoon, so let's not drink. It's okay to have a little red wine. Wang Yao grinned and looked at Yi Xion, asking, what do you say? We'll go half and half. You wouldn't be unable to afford even this much, would you? Yi Xion looked at Zhang Wanwan, and then at Wang Yao. The mockery on Wang Yao's face deepened. Liang and He Yi beside them were a little embarrassed, but also a little expectant. Their income couldn't support them drinking more expensive red wine. Since you've said so, I naturally can't refuse, Yi Xion said with a smile. Wang Yao's face lit up with joy, and then he raised his head and said, waiter. Soon, a waiter came over and asked, sir, what can I help you with? Just as Wang Yao was about to speak, Yi Xion said, open a bottle of your most expensive red wine. Oh? Wang Yao's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this, and his heart skipped a beat. The most expensive red wine in this hotel restaurant cost around 500,000. A bottle of your most expensive red wine, please, Yi Xion said to the waiter with a smile. The waiter was slightly stunned before replying, sir, our most expensive red wine is 500,000. Beside him, Zhang Wanwan was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile appeared on her face. She had never liked Wang Yao. He had relentlessly pursued her throughout university, which she found extremely annoying. However, because of his pursuit, he often treated Zhang Wanwan's roommates to meals, resulting in a very good relationship with them. This time, it was Liang and He Yi who had informed Wang Yao of Zhang Wanwan's whereabouts, and he had followed her here. Although Zhang Wanwan didn't know the extent of Yi Xion's wealth, the fact that he possessed a Shanghai Bank diamond card was enough to tell her that the price of this bottle of wine was nothing to him. But Wang Yao was different. He wasn't yet in a management position at the Yi family company and hadn't reached the level of $1 million annual salary. Judging from Wang Yao's earlier bragging, if his current annual salary were high, he would definitely have mentioned it. The fact that he hadn't said anything meant his salary was probably quite average. While he might be able to afford a bottle of wine worth 10 or 20,000, a bottle costing 500,000 was probably equivalent to several months' salary. She smiled and said to the waiter, open it. The waiter nodded and left the table. Beside them, Liang and He Yi looked stunned, unable to speak. They had also assumed Yi Xion didn't have much money and knew that Wang Yao's request for him to share the cost was merely to humiliate him. It wasn't until Yi Xion spoke that they were completely shocked. Wang Yao's face turned the color of pig liver. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but at that moment, Yi Xion looked at him with a smile and said lightly, it's only 500,000. That's just over 200,000 per person. You can't afford it, can you? Yi Xion had returned Wang Yao's words verbatim. Hearing this, Wang Yao felt his throat tighten. He desperately wanted to refuse, but felt it would be too embarrassing. Wang Yao remembered that Yi Xian and Jiang Wanwan had arrived by taxi, and Yi Xian's clothes certainly didn't suggest he was wealthy. He gritted his teeth and said to Yi Xian, "You don't look like someone with money. Are you living off Wanwan? Using her money to show off?" He knew something about Jiang Wanwan's family background. In fact, apart from her exceptional beauty, her family's wealth was one of the reasons he pursued her. If he succeeded, he wouldn't have to work a day in his life. So, there would be no problem for Jiang Wanwan to pay for the wine. Jiang Wanwan glanced at Wang Yao and said calmly, "First of all, Yi Xian himself is much, much richer than my dad. Second, even if it were my money, I'd be willing to spend it on him. I want to give him money. What's it to you?" Wang Yao's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Xian. If he really had money, would he take a taxi with you? Would he dress like this? Jiang Wanwan curled her lip. "Do you think everyone is like you, afraid others won't know how much you have? And you dare to keep showing off that meager salary of yours?" As they spoke, the waiter returned with a bottle of wine. After arriving at the table, he asked in a low voice, "Sir, because this wine is quite valuable, although it's been opened, payment is required before it can be served." Yi Xian smiled at Wang Yao and handed his diamond card to the waiter. "All right." Then he took out his phone, displayed his Alipay payment code, and said, 250,000. "Transfer it." Wang Yao's face shifted through a range of emotions. He had just seen Yi Xian take out his own card, not one given by Jiang Wanwan. At this moment, his guts were twisting with regret. He never imagined Yi Xian would set him up like this. He and Liang looked at him. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to say, "My money is all tied up in investments. I don't have that much cash on hand." Yi Xian chuckled. He looked at Wang Yao with a smile and asked, "From the way you were talking, I thought you had a fortune of hundreds of millions." Wang Yao's face turned green. The humiliation he had intended to inflict had now completely rebounded on him. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. "How about this?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "You suggested the wine and the meal, and I agreed to split it. Now the wine is open, you have to pay me. Transfer whatever you have now, and write an IOU for the rest. Not a penny less." Wang Yao sat there, speechless, obediently transferring 50,000 yuan to Yi Xian, then writing an IOU for 200,000. Soon, the waiter finished processing the card and brought the wine to the table, pouring a glass for each of them. Jiang Wanwan raised her glass with a smile. "To our reunion." The deed was done, and Wang Yao had no choice but to pick up his glass and take a sip. But the wine didn't taste good to him. It was bitter, indescribably bitter. This was 250,000 yuan, equivalent to more than half a year's salary at his current rate. His attempt to show off had backfired spectacularly. Seeing his expression, Yi Xian felt a surge of satisfaction. After eating for a while, Wang Yao, feeling utterly humiliated, pretended to receive a phone call, claiming he had something to do with the company, and left. After a brief moment of astonishment, Liang and he continued chatting with Jiang Wanwan, though they kept glancing curiously at Yi Xian, seemingly intrigued by his identity. After lunch, the two women, having to return to work in the afternoon, excused themselves and left. Once they were gone, Jiang Wanwan said with a grin, "Yi Xian, that was brilliant." Seeing Wang Yao's face was incredibly satisfying. He insisted on showing off in front of me. Yi Xian sighed. "I had no choice." Then he added with a grin, "By the way, you said you were willing to give me money. How about you cover that 250,000? Pfft. Jiang Wanwan scoffed, then mumbled, "But you did spend that money because of me. Give me your bank account details, and I'll transfer it to you." Seeing her serious expression, Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. Then, as if they were a couple, he reached out and ruffled her hair. "I was just kidding." Jiang Wanwan froze. Then her face flushed crimson. She quickly pulled away from Yi Xian's hand and said, "Don't touch me." Yi Xian awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled. All right. So, what are you?" "Huh." Mid-sentence, he noticed a sports car pulling up at the side of the restaurant. Two people got out. One of them was Zhua Hao. The other was a glamorous woman with a typical internet celebrity face, heavy makeup, and a voluptuous figure. After getting out of the car, She naturally took Zhuao's arm, practically leaning against him. Zhuao's face was dark and unhappy. Honey, don't be angry. You can just look for someone at another company. The people at Huanyu Group are blind fools. The woman's coquettish voice reached Yi Xian's ears. Zhuao snorted. I'll have Lu Yu's mother talk to Yi Jing'an again. No matter what, we have to secure the investment from Huanyu Group. All right, the woman said with a smile. Lu Yu probably doesn't know about us yet, right? No. Once we get the investment, I'll break up with her. Zhuao squeezed the woman's waist and led her towards the restaurant. Yi Xian frowned. Without hesitation, he quickly took out his phone and discreetly snapped several photos of the pair from the side. Because of the angle and Zhuao's bad mood, neither of them noticed Yi Xian's presence. You know them? Jiang Wanwan asked, seeing Yi Xian taking pictures. Yi Xian nodded. That man is my cousin's boyfriend. Jiang Wanwan was stunned. Then why are you taking pictures instead of beating him up? Yi Xian touched his nose. The situation is a bit complicated. You know my situation. After returning to Linhai, many people have a huge prejudice against me. If I go and talk to them directly, they won't listen and might even think I'm trying to harm them. Jiang Wanwan paused, then remembered the times they went out to eat, both Yi Huan and Zhang Yu calling him a rapist in public. She looked at Yi Xian and said through gritted teeth, Yi Xian, this place is so hostile to you. Why don't you just come back to Jiangcheng with us? Linhai is a metropolis, much more prosperous than Jiangcheng, but Jiangcheng has everything Linhai has. You'd be much more comfortable in Jiangcheng. Yi Xian turned his head, looked at Jiang Wanwan, and couldn't help but want to pat her head, but this time Jiang Wanwan dodged. Yi Xian smiled. I don't belong to any city. I'm just a wanderer. Ha! Jiang Wanwan gave him a speechless look. In fact, Yi Xian really thought this way. Since becoming a night watchman, he had drifted through many cities in the world carrying out missions. Now, although he had returned to the city, he was just a powerful hidden operative for the night watchman. He would continue to carry out missions. As long as a mission was issued, he might leave Linhai and go to any city. Moreover, he would eventually return to the night watchman. Night watchmen are all wanderers, and they never know when they might die. Even Yi Xian, once the strongest, almost died 3 years ago and lost his memory for 3 years because of it. They hide in the darkness, guarding the peace of the world. Jiang Wanwan didn't understand. Fine, you're a wanderer. Happy now? Jiang Wanwan pouted. Yi Xian chuckled. What shall we do next? This afternoon is quite boring. Let's go to the movies. Jiang Wanwan said. Yi Xian nodded. They went to the cinema to watch a movie, and then Yi Xian thought about buying a gift for his grandmother. So he took Jiang Wanwan to the mall, but he didn't decide on anything. After thinking it over, Yi Xian decided to ask Lei Bin for a property to give to his grandmother. Around 5 o'clock, Bai Yao called. She had finished work and wanted to hang out with Jiang Wanwan and Yi Xian. Yi Xian hadn't had a good meal with his parents since he came back, so he chose not to go with them and took a taxi home. He arrived home at about 6 o'clock. Just as he opened the door, he heard some furious voices inside. Yi Jing'an, you are too shameless. Yi Xian entered the room and saw his aunt, Chao Rong, and Lu Yu sitting on the sofa. Chao Rong was currently in a rage. You think it's great that Yi Xian knows CEO Chen Meixian? Huh? So, Chen finally agreed to meet our Zhuao. And just because I said something unpleasant yesterday, you had Yi Xian call Chen Meixian and have her reject Zhuao's project. Chao Rong shouted angrily. Yi Xian frowned upon hearing this. Clearly, Chen Meixian wasn't interested in Zhuao's project at all. At the same time, he felt disgusted by this man. Zhuao wasn't there. Clearly, Chao Rong and Lu Yu had been sent by Zhuao, but he himself hadn't shown up. Seeing Yi Xian return, Chao Rong glared at him. Yi Xian, you have the nerve to come back? What, you committed rape and your life is miserable, so you can't stand seeing us doing well. What do you mean by calling Chen Meixian and having her reject Zhuao's project? Her voice was loud, making Yi Xian's ears ache. Yi Xian frowned, pulled out a chair and sat down, then picked up Yi Jing'an's cigarettes from the coffee table and lit one for himself. Then he looked at Chao Rong and said calmly, Aunt, this has nothing to do with me. If it weren't for my call yesterday, Zhuo wouldn't have even met Chen Meixian. Don't pretend. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Chao Rong shouted. You're just jealous that I found a good son-in-law, jealous that my son-in-law is making money. I know what you're thinking. You're just envious. If it weren't for his parents' feelings, Yi Xin would have already thrown her out. He had long since seen through the facade of family. Be good to those who are good to you, and avoid those who are bad to you. He took a drag and looked at Chao Rong. Or I think whatever you want. Chao Rong wanted to say more, but at this moment, Lu Yu stood up, gritting her teeth. Mom, stop talking. Chao Rong was taken aback, then looked at Lu Yu dumbly. Lu Yu stood up and looked at Yi Xin. Yi Xin, let's talk alone. Yi Xin looked at his cousin, who used to follow him around, and nodded. Okay, let's go for a walk downstairs. Lu Yu pursed her lips. Yi Xin nodded. Lu Yu walked out first, and Yi Xin glanced at Chao Rong before following Lu Yu out. They were both silent in the elevator. After a while, Lu Yu spoke. Thank you. Oh? Yi Xin looked at her in surprise. Since he returned to Linhai, Lu Yu had shown great hostility towards him. He didn't expect her to thank him now. Today, we went to Huanyu Group. CEO Chun told me everything. We were only able to see CEO Chun because you called her and paved the way for us. Lu Yu said. Yi Xin smiled. It was just a small thing, don't worry about it. The elevator reached the first floor. Lu Yu walked out, and Yi Xin quickly followed. After walking for a while, Lu Yu asked, after you came back, we've been so prejudiced against you. Why did you still help us? If it weren't for my parents caring about you relatives, caring about these relationships, I wouldn't have helped at all. And, Yi Xin said truthfully, and I really don't like Zhuo. What you think of me doesn't matter. But we used to be close, and I have to warn you, Zhuo is not suitable for you. Lu Yu frowned. In the Zhou family's office in Linhai, a large group of people were gathered once again. Zhou Rui sat amongst them, his expression unpleasant. 2 days had passed, and no one in the family had mentioned his marriage with Bai Yao again. He was secretly anxious, but he didn't dare to bring it up. In the past 2 days, the family had encountered a major crisis. First, Xinhai Bank terminated their cooperation. Second, their projects were snatched away. These were very sudden events, leaving the Zhou family temporarily unable to recover. Zhou Xian sat at the head of the conference table, his face grim. He swept his gaze over everyone and said, Now, we have negotiated new cooperation with other banks and secured 2 projects in other places. We've temporarily stabilized the situation. Indeed, if this had happened before, the Zhou family would have been in turmoil. But now, they had the backing of Red Lotus. Red Lotus controlled many wealthy individuals in the world, and these people were naturally connected. With the help of Red Lotus, they quickly stabilized the current situation. However, this is the first time we've suffered such a big loss. Zhou Xian's eyes coldly swept over Zhou Rui. Have you found out who owns that Xinhai Bank diamond card yet? Zhou Qianqian refuses to say. He said with a bitter smile. Zhou Xian sneered and looked at Zhou Rui. No matter what method you use, pry her mouth open. Remember, no matter what method. Zhou Rui nodded. Thinking of Zhou Qianqian, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. I understand.